Chapter 198. The atmosphere in Port Tylon was a little tense. Soren's arrival broke the original order here, making the killing and chaos more frequent. There was no need to say much about what happened in Port Tylon during this time. It could be seen from the changes in the sea around Port Tylon. The corpses thrown into the sea, and even sharks were attracted to the shallow sea area. One could imagine how many people died in Port Tylon during this time. The destruction of a force meant that there would be more benefits to be distributed. More benefits would attract more people to compete for them, and then there would be more killings, causing more forces to be destroyed. Then some forces would become stronger and stronger, swallowing up most of the benefits in Port Tylon. There was obviously someone behind this. The guards were obviously pressured, so the chaos and killing continued to escalate, and many nearby forces were destroyed in the turmoil. As for the final winner, there was no need to think about it. The first must be the Sea Temple, the second must be the Storm Temple, and the third must be the Amazons. A lot of things happened during this time. The Storm Temple seemed to have compromised with the Sea Temple. The Rosad Chamber of Commerce was completely abandoned. The believers of the Storm Temple got the territories of other forces as compensation. The Sea Temple controlled almost half of Port Tylon. The Amazons relied on their strong fighting power to rise in the two churches. Half of the street where Soren now lived was their territory. The original owner had disappeared, and the Amazons were going to open up the street and make it into a large trade transit station. Right? A Storm Lord had appeared. Without her appearance, the Amazons would not be able to eat such a large piece of cake. The Sea Temple. Soren's figure appeared in the hall. The Naga Siren priest seemed to have been waiting for his arrival. The other party's expression seemed a little excited. After seeing Soren's figure appear, she immediately said in a deep voice, "There's a change in the plan. The group of betrayers has made a new move. Your task now is to find a way to rob their cargo ship." Soren couldn't help but frown. The sudden change in the mission after the target appeared made him unhappy, but he still said in a deep voice, "What happened? Why did you suddenly change the plan?" A cruel smile appeared on the Naga Siren priest's face as she slowly said, "This group of betrayers went to the Soros Islands to trade in the name of the Church of Storms. However, he didn't expect them to be traders who would do anything for the sake of benefits. These guys used conspiracy and poison to slaughter an indigenous tribe, and then took away the gold mine wealth controlled by the indigenous people. The traders looted the Aboriginal tribe and shipped all their wealth back to the tribe. There's news that their ships are filled with gold and jewels." The Naga Siren priest handed a scroll to Soren. When Soren opened it, she told him the whole process. It turned out that after this group of traders changed their faith and joined the Church of Storms, they had indeed opened up a situation in the Soros Islands. The faith of a Storm Lord was spread all over the Soros Islands. With the banner of this faith, they could trade with almost any native town along the coast. Things were supposed to be that simple. These guys would return after making some money from the trade. However, what they didn't expect was that one of the indigenous tribes seemed to trust them too much and even exposed the huge gold mine that the tribe secretly controlled. There were many scattered mines on the Soros Islands, including many gold and silver mines. This tribe was one of the indigenous clans that occupied a relatively rich gold mine. It was said that their chief directly used pure gold to build a throne that weighed nearly half a ton. In order to show their wealth and strength, they also entertained them with a large number of pure gold utensils. However, they didn't expect that this would also lead to disaster. There were believers of the god of plague and disease in the traders' caravan. This fallen one used a secret poison to put into the water source, and with the power of plague and disease, he directly defeated the indigenous tribe. What happened next was needless to say. The traders slaughtered the indigenous tribe, then looted their wealth, and finally burned down their gathering place. How much did they get? The information in Soren's hands didn't make it clear, but it was certainly a huge amount of wealth that was enough to move the Sea Temple. The gold that these guys looted was calculated in tons. The gold wealth that the indigenous tribes had accumulated for generations, as well as all kinds of gold and silver utensils, jewelry, and treasures, were all loaded by them. They even threw away a large number of Soros Island's copper coins, because the weight of the ships simply couldn't hold these cheap copper coins. Soren couldn't estimate how much money they got. He could only roughly guess that the wealth they looted was more than 500,000 Kindler, a rich indigenous tribe that owned a gold mine. The gold and silver they looted from the tribe alone could reach more than 10 tons. These guys made a fortune. The wealth they looted even moved the Sea Temple. For some reason, the news was leaked. Now, not only the Sea Temple knew that they had plundered a lot of wealth, but even the pirates near the Soros Islands and Shipwreck Bay all knew this amazing news. The fleet of the traders had changed their course, but the pirates in all directions seemed to have spread out a big net and surrounded them from almost all the routes to the Soros Islands. Not only did the Sea Temple move, but even the Amazon pirates were also very tempted. The three pirate kings near the Soros Islands were almost all out, looking for their traces. This wealth was too amazing. Soren was surprised when he estimated the approximate amount. If he could get this wealth, he could go to the Wizard City and get a set of legendary equipment. The temple also needed money. No matter which god's temple it was, it needed a lot of wealth to maintain its operation. The Sea Temple in front of him had at least a few hundred years of history. It was all accumulated bit by bit with money. The magic blessing and divine blessing inside all needed money to arrange the magic circle. One of the most important tasks of the priest was to make money and then develop faith. The gods' temples rarely hoarded wealth, but they also needed wealth because wealth was very important in the secular world. Wealth could be used to strengthen the church's influence, and wealth could directly cultivate a large number of believers. Wasn't the great influence of the God of Light because he would help the poor every year? Where did the money come from? Wealth may not be the most crucial part of faith, but it was definitely an indispensable part. One was a magnificent, solemn, and dignified temple, and the other was a dilapidated temple with broken bricks and tiles. It was obvious which one would attract more believers without much thought. Believing in this God could get alms every month, but believing in the God would give you nothing every month. For the lowest level of civilians, there was almost no choice. They were just ordinary people, and they could only see what was in front of them. Even if it was the evil God's temple, it could easily expand its influence with huge wealth. Whether it was recruiting people to suppress other churches or secretly cultivating their own forces, these things could not be separated from the support of wealth. However, the church also had its own rules. Many times, it could not interfere too much with the secular world. The church needed wealth, but could not act recklessly. After all, the gods needed faith, and wealth was only a tool to maintain faith. The Nagasiren priest wanted this wealth. This money was enough for the Sea Temple to expand into a great temple. Whether it was the influence in the coastal areas, the reward of the sea goddess, or the divine power gathered by the temple, they were all things that she could not refuse. After the Sea Temple expanded, she could completely suppress the Storm Temple. Even if she had the support of the Great Temple in the future, she would not be afraid of any Storm Lord. The temple was a bit like a wizard tower. It was just that it was not as powerful as a wizard tower, because the temple still operated divine power. This was why Amber City was destroyed, but the temple area was intact. Soren was silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "We don't have enough manpower." If the news is spread among the pirates, just relying on a ghost ship to fight for it is simply suicide. Those betrayers have not been found until now. There must be someone behind them. This money is probably worth the Duchess' personal trip. Moreover, the three pirate kings of the Soros Islands are not easy to deal with, and almost all of them are not ordinary people. I am worried that the big octopus will also appear. Your Excellency should know who I am talking about, right? That monster was the enemy of the Sea Temple, and it was the incarnation of the sea goddess who personally came to banish it. It seems to have a hobby of collecting wealth. There are admirers among the pirates. The possibility of it appearing is too high. Soren pulled out a nautical chart. After thinking for a moment, he raised his finger and pointed to a place, which seemed to be the location of an island, and said in a deep voice, "According to the information I have heard, there seems to be a black dragon in this position. It has been secretly maintaining contact with Shipwreck Bay in human form. If it knows that there are 5 big ships full of gold and silver sailing on the sea, it is hard to believe that it will not be tempted. The Naga Siren priest was silent. She looked up at Soren in surprise and seemed to be thinking about something. Then she said in an unquestionable tone, "I will send more people to help you. If the enemy is very strong, I will summon the nearby Naga Sirens. If necessary, I will also do it myself. The sea goddess is watching us. We don't have to fear anyone on the sea. This wealth cannot fall into the hands of others." In the evening, Soren slowly walked out of the sea temple. He frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. He murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "Totem spirit. How did those guys defeat the totem spirit? Why didn't the Naga Siren priest mention it? Does she think that I don't know that the indigenous tribes worship spirits?" Chapter 199. In the evening, Soren left the hotel with little Vivian in his arms. Because of the last show of force, the group of Amazons had unintentionally respected him a lot. The assassin also put away his excessive curiosity. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask why Vivian was in a deep slumber. Assassins were people who were full of secrets. One shouldn't know too many secrets. The more one knew, the easier it would be for them to be killed. It was like the Naga Siren priest had known for a long time that Soren had a sleeping little girl with him, but she had never asked about it. Secrets may not necessarily bring benefits, but they could easily lead to danger, especially an assassin's secret. Since he decided to go to sea, Soren naturally couldn't leave Vivian in the hotel. He was also worried about the group of Amazons, so he was going to transfer Vivian to the Sea Temple. The Sea Temple controlled nearly half of the temple area. It was very easy to find a place to settle Vivian. He didn't know how long the little girl would be asleep. Soren felt that Vivian's awakening should be directly related to his integration with the divinity of fear. The last time she woke up was almost after Soren had finished devouring the divinity. In an old house outside the Sea Temple, Soren gently put Vivian on the bed, then reached out his palm to hold her little hand, and said in a low voice, "Control your divine power as much as possible. Don't easily expose the identity of the child of fear. I'll be back soon. It won't take long for you to wake up. I promise." Although Vivian showed no signs of waking up from beginning to end, Soren could feel that she still had a perception of the outside world. That was to say, Vivian could hear him. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the little girl automatically opened a divine protection as soon as he left. After Soren came back, she quickly withdrew the energy protection field. Her power was still in her body, but her consciousness seemed to have entered a deep sleep for some reason, and there had been no signs of waking up. Soren covered Vivian with a soft blanket and lay down beside her. He would be going out to sea tomorrow, so he needed a good rest. Sea Temple. The figure of the Naga Siren priest stood in front of a blue sea. The bottom of the Sea Temple was connected to the underground sea and could directly enter the sea from here. The sea in front of her rippled slightly, and then a long and narrow creature that looked like a giant sea snake appeared. It swam to the front of the Naga Siren priest little by little, then slowly stood up and came to the high platform under the Sea Temple. At this time, its appearance became clear. It was a strong and ferocious male Naga guard. Its tail was longer than the Naga Siren priest's, and its stout arm held a trident. There were few traces of humanoid features on its face, unlike the female Naga Siren, who had more or less feminine facial contours. The Naga guard was about 6 or 7 meters long. When it stood up, it was nearly 4 meters tall. Its muscles were very developed, and it looked very oppressive. It bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, the Naga Siren tribe in the nearby sea has been summoned, and they will soon send warriors to respond." The Naga Siren priest nodded slightly, and there was a satisfied smile on her face. She said in a deep voice, "Very good. Didanas, you will command the summoned warriors. We must get those treasures this time." The Storm Temple also seems to be moving. This wealth cannot fall into their hands. It will only strengthen our enemies. The Storm Lord has always been coveting the great sea goddess and wants to get his hands on the sea. The male Naga Siren nodded and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, I don't understand why you want to give the command of the dead man's voice to that human. Although he is a powerful guy, he is only one person after all. Besides, his origin is unknown, and we can't fully trust him." The Naga Siren priest frowned and looked at him. Her expression became a little strange, and there seemed to be a cruel smile on her face. She said coldly, "Are you questioning my decision? Didanis, don't try to guess my decision with your stupid head. That human is an assassin close to the legendary realm. Such a person is not much weaker than a legendary profession in battle. He is worthy of our use. Besides, after I removed the energy absorption technique from him, I felt the breath of the legendary realm on him. He should have mastered some legendary level abilities. I think he's not far from becoming a legendary assassin. In the past 200 or 300 years, there have been very few legendary assassins. If he can be loyal to the Sea Temple, our enemies will wake up from their nightmares. Legendary assassin. If used to assassinate a member of a hostile force, it would definitely be a complete nightmare. The Naga Siren priest seemed to see Soren turning into a sharp blade to sweep away her dissidents. She could not help but smile and said slowly, "As for loyalty, there is no absolute loyalty in this world. As long as we can give him the benefits he wants, he will be able to serve us. This person has a lot of secrets, and he definitely needs our help. Moreover, he seems to have a little girl who is sleeping. Although I did not test his secrets, I can see that he cares about this little girl very much. The relationship between the two is very close. He is under the energy absorption technique, and the little girl is probably under some strange spell. If necessary, the little girl can also be our tool. I don't think he wants anything to happen to the little girl, right? As long as he has a weakness, we can control him." The Naga Siren priest showed a cruel smile, looked at the male Naga Siren guard in front of her, and said, "There are some things that you don't need to ask. Now, send out the Sharkman scouts to find the traces of the group of betrayers. We must find those guys first. Otherwise, this wealth may attract more competitors." The male Naga Siren guard bent down gently, and then his whole body dived into the sea. The Naga Siren priest returned to the back of the Sea Temple. She swam to a pool and gently chanted a spell. The water in front of her rippled like waves, and the figure of Soren gradually appeared. Next to him was Vivian, who was still sleeping. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the Naga Siren priest, and she murmured, "Who are they? That little girl seems to be a natural sorcerer. Recently, a lot of powerful guys have appeared. It seems that a group of adventurers have returned from the abyss. The sea goddess has not responded to my prayers recently. Is something big going to happen? It seems that I have to speed up the preparation." The Naga Siren priest slowly closed her eyes, and then her whole body sank into the sea. Although the priests of the sea goddess had great power, they could not directly mobilize the sea races. This was because the secular and theocracy maintained a relative boundary. The kingdom of the sea creatures was a bit similar to the kingdom of humans. Few temples would directly intervene in the internal affairs of the kingdom. This was because the kingdom was a very short thing, but the gods had eternal life. They did not want to be affected by the kingdom that rose and fell in hundreds of years. The fact that the Naga Siren priest could mobilize the Naga Sirens in the nearby sea meant that her status in the secular world was not low. It was possible that she was the royal family of the Naga Sirens. If the members of the royal family did not have the right of inheritance, they would often become priests of the sea goddess. The sea was surrounded by a fog. Soren's figure appeared 300 meters below the sea. He stood on the deck of the dead man's voice and looked at the underwater world in front of him. The sea drowned him, but did not affect him at all. This was because he wore a badge on his chest that allowed him to breathe easily at the bottom of the sea. The deck of the dead man's voice was full of sailors. The Naga Sirens wandered in the hull, and the undead sharks were responsible for patrolling. There were a large number of bound spirits on this ghost ship. They were the souls that died directly or indirectly near the ghost ship. They could not participate in the battle. They were just forcibly sucked into the mast and sails of the ship. The power source of the ghost ship was these bound spirits. There were more than 800 or 900 of them. The real combat power was the undead drowned, the Naga sirens, the wraiths, and the undead sharks. Soren silently calculated the distance of the sea and the distance they sailed. The ghost ship was not suitable to be exposed to the eyes of ordinary people, so the ghost ship left the shallow sea area from the bottom of the sea. "Rise!" Soren frowned and looked at the fish around him. Because of the death breath on the dead man's voice, the fish scattered directly after encountering them and fled in all directions in embarrassment. With Soren's order, the sailors began to control the ghost ship to rise. A little light appeared in front of their eyes as they slowly rose. Then the blue sea appeared above their heads. With a loud rumbling sound, the ghost ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Soren looked around and said in a deep voice, "Summon the fog. Don't let others see us." Wisps of gray mist filled the air. With the ghost ship as the center, everything within a few hundred meters was shrouded in fog. This was the ghost ship's innate ability. The sea area where they appeared was often shrouded in fog. The fog on the sea today was not small. As the ghost ship's fog spread, everything nearby became hazy. The ship sailed silently on the sea. The ghost did not like to be directly exposed to the sun. These undead sailors were indeed very powerful, but their weakness was too obvious. "Captain," a half-real Naga siren came to Soren and said in a sharp voice, "I found the breath of a living person nearby." It was the Naga siren that he first saw. It was an independent undead creature, not bound to the ghost ship. Living person? They met other people so soon? Soren frowned and came to the helmsman's position. He then took out his binoculars to observe. He could vaguely see a large ship near an island. From afar, he could see the symbol on the flagpole. It was a hollow skull with a sword and a sword under it. This was the most commonly used pirate symbol. If one did not join a special force among pirates, ordinary pirates would use such a symbol. To use a special pirate flag, one must use their own name. Otherwise, they might be attacked by other pirates because of the wrong flag. This was an unspoken rule. It may seem insignificant, but it was indeed related to life. In the Central Plains, there was a custom of dragon boat racing. Generally, a flag would be hung on the dragon boat. This flag could not be hung randomly. If it was hung randomly, it might attract others to come and pull it out. In many places, the black flag was a taboo. There were once serious casualties caused by hanging a black flag on a dragon boat. In the end, the dragon boat racing was banned for many years. When the dragon boat was driven again, the same flag would be issued. If anyone dared to hang a black flag, the armed police would personally send people to pull it out. They were afraid that in the end, people would be beaten to death. Naturally, such things did not exist in this world. However, there were many rules about flags on the sea. Whether it was pirates, chamber of commerce, gangs, etc., hanging a flag was a very serious matter. The rules here were piled up by human lives. In Soren's memory, there was someone who hung a flag indiscriminately. In the end, the entire guild was wiped out by pirates. Even their base on land was kicked down overnight. There were almost no survivors. That guy was also looking for trouble. He actually hung a flag similar to the Pirate King. From his point of view, the dangerous people in this world who made a living on land, sea, and rivers were really a bit like bandits in the jungle. Some rules could not be violated. Hanging a flag among pirates was like messing with the emblem of the temple. If you did not know, you were lucky. If you knew, it was normal for you to be skinned alive. Looks like an ordinary pirate? Soren frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he shouted, "Prepare for battle." The pirate ship in front of them should be ordinary pirates who made a living on the sea. Those who made a name for themselves had their own flag. Generally, few people would disguise themselves on it. If they were really pirates with a name, they would definitely hang it as much as possible because it could avoid a lot of trouble. Some special flags were even extraordinary items. After hanging it, even sea monsters would not easily attack it. Soren once took on a mission to sacrifice a flag. However, the place was not the south coast. The target of the flag's sacrifice was a legendary sea monster. Sacrificial Spirit War Flag, Captain. The Naga Siren came in front of Soren and said in a harsh voice, "They don't seem to be our target. Are we going to attack them?" Soren frowned and looked at her, then nodded and said, "Yes. We need to conduct a battle test." "Forget it. You guys get ready for battle. I will deal with them myself. You guys are responsible for covering me. Be ready to board the ship and fight at any time." Soren wanted to use them to practice because he had not experienced a sea battle for a long time. Fighting was not just about casually slashing people with swords. Different environments required different ways of fighting. These were all things that needed to be known in one's heart. Fighting on the surface of the sea or on a ship was completely different from fighting on land. Not to mention underwater battles, just fighting on a ship was not simple. This was because the ship's hull would sway, and the fighting environment was much narrower. If you were not careful, you could capsize in a ditch. There were many people who died because of carelessness in the past. Soren was a very cautious person. He did not want to die unknowingly because the ship was not suitable for fighting. Moreover, he also needed to test his fighting skills. In the past, he could run on the water when he was fighting on the sea. He was almost at the legendary level. Now, he did not have so many abilities to support him. His fighting style had also changed a lot. Clang! Soren looked at the undead around him and frowned slightly. Then he ordered in a deep voice, "Get the ship close. Don't get too close. Come back when you get my signal." Splash! Soren jumped directly into the water, leaving the Naga Siren, who was a little stunned, in place. Fly! Greater invisibility! After enough distance, Soren's eyes lit up, and then he began to cast continuously to test his fighting power on the sea. He began to calculate the time. Soren's brain began to operate like a sophisticated instrument. Under the cover of the fog, his figure directly flew out of the sea. Greater invisibility was blessed on him. Soren directly disappeared in the air, leaving no trace in place. With a simple trick, Soren's wet clothes dried, and then he began to approach the pirate ship. Soren flew about 100 meters in the air. His flying speed was not very fast. With the blessing of greater invisibility, he could not see any trace at all, because he was now flying in stealth mode. Because he did not have enough abilities, Soren could not cast spells to fight in the flying state, because his main energy was maintaining fly. There was not much time. Whether it was fly or greater invisibility, the duration was calculated in terms of minutes. Soren had to pursue the greatest result in the duration of the spell. The distance was getting closer little by little. Everything on the pirate ship came into Soren's vision. He saw 20 or 30 pirate sailors on the deck, the lookout on the mast, the helmsman in charge of steering the ship, and so on. These pirates were not very weak. They were stronger than many city guards. They belonged to the second-grade professions, but most of them had the ability of warriors. Because of their pirate career, they were inclined to the fighting style of a wandering swordsman. Among all the enemies of bandits, the pirates' fighting power was the strongest. They were completely superior to the bandits. Only the desert bandits could be compared to them. A minute passed. Soren's figure began to descend. He entered the state of stealth, but it was still greater invisibility that maintained his invisibility. The distance gradually decreased. Soren stopped about 10 meters above the pirate ship. The light passed through his body. Unless one stared at his position carefully, they would not be able to see anything different. The enemies in front of him were very clear. The strong pirates were bored on the deck. The ship's anchor seemed to have been thrown down. These people seemed to be waiting for something. Soren continued to descend. Then, he gently landed in a corner of the ship where there was no one. 5 meters in front of him was a pirate who was drinking. Unfortunately, the pirate did not notice him at all. Kill the important targets first. Soren glanced at the enemies in front of him. Finally, he locked onto a one-eyed pirate who seemed to be the vice captain. He quietly snuck over, and then suddenly stabbed the pirate's back with his curved sword. Poochie! Blood splattered. The one-eyed pirate who was yelling at his subordinates looked at his chest in disbelief. His heart had been pierced. This third-grade pirate died on the spot. Enemy? A large group of pirates panicked. Then there is the sound of swords being pulled out. They could not see anything in front of them. They could only see a curved sword emerging from the chest of the one-eyed pirate. Then the curved sword was pulled out. Then everything in front of them was still empty. Soren shook off the blood on the blade. At the moment of the attack, he revealed a trace of himself. Then he disappeared into the air again. This was greater invisibility. When he was in the state of greater invisibility, he would not be dispelled when attacking the enemy. Pucci. A head was cut off by Soren. A pirate with a beard heard the whistling sound of the sword, but he could not see the trace of the sword. He clearly heard the sound of the wind and felt the slight outline of the enemy in front of him. However, he could not see the direction of the sword. He could only block randomly. Then in the next moment his head was cut off. 3 throwing knives were shot out. The moment the throwing knives left Soren's palm, they revealed a trace. Unfortunately, the enemy had no time to dodge. Thump, thump, thump. Streaks of blood appeared. Soren came and went as if there was no one around. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were killed by him. The enemy could not even determine the position of his attack. They could only feel a vague and hazy trajectory moving around them at high speed. This fear made their morale extremely low. Some people were completely stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Some people even threw their weapons. Clang! Clang! Soren waved his sword to block the weapons that were thrown at him. At the same time, he revealed his approximate position. He suddenly jumped, directly jumping to a height of 5 or 6 meters. The sturdy cable connected to the mast suddenly sank a lot. The outline of a hand holding the cable could be seen, but the figure of a person could not be seen. Soren flew down from the air. With a curved sword in each hand, he slashed horizontally. In a large amount of blood, 5 people were killed in a row. Large amounts of blood gushed out. At this time, bloody footprints could be seen on the ground. Soren's figure was still very hazy. The blood on his body was also covered by the greater invisibility spell. However, the enemy could vaguely see that he was moving. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. 3 minutes later, Soren's figure stood in a pool of blood. There were more than 20 corpses around him. There were a series of footprints on the ground, but he was still invisible. The greater invisibility spell lasted for about 6 minutes. Soren shook off the blood on his sword, then glanced at the cabin expressionlessly. He suddenly grabbed a corpse and smashed it into the cabin. Then the 2 swords flashed with a cold light and cut the 2 enemies guarding the back of the cabin in half. Blood covered his clothes. The effect of the greater invisibility spell seemed to have weakened. Soren's figure gradually became hazy and translucent. The effect of the spell seemed to have weakened a little. However, this was no longer important to Soren because he found that he seemed to have the ability to kill all the pirates on this ship. Chapter 200. Plop! 2 streaks of blood appeared, followed by 2 corpses clutching at their throats. Soren was getting more and more familiar with the throat slit technique, and his success rate of triggering the judgment of death was getting higher and higher. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough strength to support it, Soren might even be able to execute decapitation. In order to trigger decapitation, one had to have more than 18 strength, and it had to be combined with ready strength. Soren's full strength attack could only cut an inch into the neck bone, and he couldn't cut it off. His figure was still very blurry, but he could already determine his location through the airflow, movement, and sound. Greater Invisibility Level 4 spell. This spell's effect is similar to invisibility, but it won't reveal itself after attacking. After casting the spell, the caster will enter a state of complete invisibility. After launching an attack, there is a chance that the caster's position will be exposed due to airflow, silhouette, and sound. The effect of greater invisibility will gradually weaken as the battle progresses, but it can still maintain the blurry effect of invisibility. Even if the caster's position is detected by the enemy, the caster will still gain 4 points of blurry effect, and the enemy's hit rate will be reduced by 4 points. The effect lasts for 1 minute for every point of spell power. Greater Invisibility was undoubtedly a very powerful spell. The only downside was that it couldn't last for long. Soren could only maintain it for about 10 minutes. Even a legendary wizard could only maintain greater invisibility for about half an hour. However, Soren had the metamagic ability Empower spell. In the future, when he leveled up and obtained a level 5 spell slot, Soren could use it to memorize greater invisibility. At that time, the duration of greater invisibility would be increased by 50%. Don't underestimate this 50% increase. It would increase the duration of invisibility by 5 or 6 minutes. Empower spell was obviously more useful than other metamagic abilities in the early stages, or else he wouldn't have given up on them. Plop, plop, plop. Soren entered and exited the battlefield as if there was no one there. Along with the faint flashes of his sword, the enemies couldn't see the trajectory of his attacks at all. Naturally, their chances of blocking were greatly reduced, and they could only rely on their own senses to avoid the attacks. At this time, the enemies with high basic stats could tell that those who could dodge Soren's attacks had decent stats and abilities. Unfortunately, they still couldn't turn the situation around because Soren's dexterity was too much. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although the battle had only lasted for 5 minutes, the enemies had finally recovered from their dazed state. They had found a way, that was to directly throw weapons and use crossbows to shoot. Although there was a possibility of accidentally injuring their own people, at least they wouldn't be so passive that they couldn't even figure out the enemy's exact location after fighting for so long. SSS. The weapons were easily blocked by Soren, but he did not have such a high blocking ability for the crossbow bolts. Bang! Soren was hit by 3 crossbow bolts. He took a step back, but he didn't suffer much damage because he had cast stone skin on the surface of his body. The effect of stone skin was much stronger. Although the crossbow bolts hit Soren, the damage was only in the single digits. They didn't penetrate his body and hurt his internal organs. The enemies in front of him were still reloading their crossbows, and some of them were waving their weapons around to prevent Soren from getting closer. Sure enough, battles need to be tested. Soren's expression was not very good. He raised his hand to remove the crossbow bolts from his body and murmured, "They actually forced me to activate my legendary equipment. If it wasn't for stone skin, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured." It seems that greater invisibility is very powerful, but it can't be used to crush the enemies. Evade sight. Soren activated the ability of Shadow Dancer and directly entered stealth. His figure that had already been revealed completely disappeared once again. Greater invisibility could be stacked with stealth, so evade sight was still useful. People? Where are they? The eyes of the surviving pirates were full of panic. Some of them even screamed hysterically and attacked their surroundings. The deck above Soren's head suddenly shook, and then a footprint appeared on the side of the wall. The next moment, there was a splash of blood. It wasn't until the chest was cut open that Soren's trace was revealed, along with a faint light of his sword. Soren had already rushed into the enemy's crowd. He waved his 2 swords and used the familiar ground swordsmanship. 7 or 8 pirates in front of him screamed in pain. Their legs were either cut by the curved swords or directly cut off. In the narrow cabin, broken limbs and flesh were flying everywhere. The crazy pirates attacked randomly. Occasionally, someone was lucky enough to cut Soren, but the attack was blocked by stone skin. More often than not, they cut their own companions. Demon. Demon. Ghost. Run. Finally, someone had a mental breakdown. Perhaps they weren't afraid of facing a powerful enemy head-on, but now they didn't even know where the enemy was. After blood splashed everywhere and their companions fell one by one, some of these pirates finally began to have a mental breakdown. Some of them wanted to escape, but unfortunately, they couldn't escape the faint light of the swords behind them. Soren's expression was very cold. He didn't have the slightest sympathy for these pirates. He waved his 2 swords and left almost no survivors. 39. Soren shook his curved swords to get rid of the bloodstains on them. He murmured in a cold voice, "The spell lasts for 3 minutes. It seems that with the buff of greater invisibility, I have the ability to face a large group of enemies head-on. But this is also because there are no spellcasters among the pirates. Otherwise, a detection spell would be able to break my spell. If there's a chance in the future, I should go to the desert. If I'm not mistaken, the magic detection cloak should still be there, right? The anti-detection cloak. One of the legendary equipment that rogues coveted the most. Its effect was almost equivalent to a divine artifact in their hands. This legendary equipment had almost no other additional abilities. The only effect was that most detection spells wouldn't have any effect on the person wearing this legendary cloak. This was the only legendary equipment in the world. Soren had also participated in the battle for it. It could be said that it was more bloody and cruel than fighting for the divine artifact. Even at that time, Soren had the combat power close to the legendary level. In the end, he still couldn't snatch this legendary equipment. In the end, it fell into the hands of an assassin. In order to fight for it, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Soren almost died under the joint attack of two assassins. In the past, there weren't so many casualties when fighting for the divine artifact, but for a legendary cloak, thousands of high-grade professions died. If no one found it, this legendary equipment should still be in an underground ruin in the desert. It was a more dangerous place. Soren might not be able to get through it now, because some powerful demons were sealed there. The number of enemies was getting smaller and smaller. However, Soren couldn't help but frown because he hadn't seen any trace of the captain so far. Was the pirate captain not here at all? Just as Soren was about to turn the corner of the goods, suddenly a sword appeared from the side. Then a fiery red figure appeared and slashed at Soren's head with the sword. Clang! Soren's conditioned reflex took effect in an instant. He almost subconsciously raised Icing Death to block the enemy's attack. Clang! Another parry sound was heard. The enemy was also a master of dual wielding. After Soren blocked the attack, another cold light stabbed at his waist. At the same time, he also waved his sword to block the enemy's sneak attack. In front of him was a tall woman with a gorgeous face. She was wearing gorgeous clothes and a captain's hat on her head. The opponent had been waiting for an opportunity to send her men to their deaths. Then, she was looking for Soren's position, trying to kill him with a sneak attack. A woman? Soren wasn't too surprised that the leader of the pirate ship was a woman because there were many women with Amazon blood here. His figure disappeared into the air again, and at the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to kill the opponent with one blow. It wasn't easy to train in dual wielding. The woman in front of him was probably a fourth-grade profession. Whether it was her patience or her strategy, Soren felt that the opponent was a very dangerous enemy. Damn it, he disappeared again. The flame-haired, gorgeous female pirate cursed in a low voice, and then waved her two swords to protect her left and right. Soren activated Evade Sight and entered stealth. With the help of advanced invisibility, there was no trace of him at all. The enemy in front of him was very alert. The two weapons almost covered all the blind spots around her body. For a moment, Soren couldn't find a chance to attack. Just as he was about to go around to the side and attack, the woman in front of him did something unexpected. The woman closed her eyes. Yes, she closed her eyes, then crossed her swords in front of her, and then took a deep breath. Her ears obviously trembled. Not good. In an instant, Soren had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't even think about it and rolled back to dodge. Two swords flashed violently at the place where he stopped at, and the half-meter-tall cargo box was completely cut open, leaving a 3-inch mark on the ground. The gorgeous female pirate actually found his position and launched a fierce attack. She was still moving with her eyes closed, but the swords were continuously slashing at Soren's figure. The fierce swords raged out and stuck to his clothes like maggots. It was as if invisibility had completely lost its effect at this moment. Blind Battle. What a powerful woman. The opponent actually mastered the special ability, Blind Battle. Chapter 201. Clang, clang, clang. Soren finally had no way to retreat. All his retreat routes were completely blocked by the enemy, and he could only wield his sword to block the enemy's continuous attacks. Blind Warfare was a very powerful ability, and it was very useful in certain situations. For example, against invisible enemies, or in the face of darkness, blindness, and gloom, this ability could play an unexpected role. Soren had spent a lot of time mastering blind warfare, because without this ability in the Underdark, his combat effectiveness would be reduced by 30%. This ability required a certain amount of perception, and it was very difficult for people with low perception to master it. Soren was now locked on by the enemy's perception. The enemy relied on blind warfare to completely lock on to his retreating footsteps, the sound of moving wind, the slight flow of air, and so on. In the eyes of Grade 4 profession, these slight traces were clearly captured. Even with the eyes closed, the perception of the outside world became more obvious. As Soren had to wield his sword to block the enemy's attack, his figure also came out of stealth, and then a hazy shadow appeared. The female pirate with long red hair suddenly opened her eyes, and then there was a flash of light in her eyes. Sword form, spinning strike, powerful slam. The two swords in the opponent's hands flashed a cold light, and her whole body actually spun at a high speed. She stomped on the wooden barrel with her toes, and then her figure swooped up and spun in a circle in midair. The two swords completely cut the surrounding planks, and at the same time, she slashed towards Soren's waist. This was a fighting skill of the rogue swordsman, but as it evolved, it was gradually mastered by other melee professions. Sword form, spinning strike, was a killing move of dual-wielding professions, which could release a continuous fierce combo in an instant. Clang! Soren only succeeded in parrying once, and at the same time, his chest was hit by a sword. Dual-wielding professions would reduce the power outburst, and the opponent only slashed his chest with her left hand. After breaking through stone skin, the sword slightly cut into the muscle layer. A stream of blood splashed out. Soren had almost no time to fight back, and suddenly retreated from the cabin. It was very disadvantageous to fight against a dual-wielding professions in such a narrow space. Moreover, the opponent was the real master of dual-wielding. Soren did not even get the hint of dual-wielding ability. "Wanna run?" The female pirate with fiery red hair scolded and slashed with her two swords, almost not giving Soren any time to react. This was the advantage of dual-wielding. Because of the speed of continuous attacks was too fast, if there was no obvious ability to suppress the opponent's attacks, he would not have a chance to fight back, and he could only wait until the opponent's out. The female pirate seemed to realize that Soren's reflexes were amazing. She suddenly put the two swords together. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a heavy, curved sword with a click. At the same time, she changed from holding the sword with one hand to holding the sword with both hands and directly slashed at his throat. Mandarin duck swords? Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly bent his body to avoid the swords. At the same time, he stomped on the deck, and a crack appeared on the solid deck. Then, Soren crashed into the opponent's arms. There was no space to attack in this kind of explosion, but Soren's head rushed into the opponent's arms like a cannonball, and directly knocked the female pirate in front of him upside down. Her body slammed into the cabin door, and the wooden board behind her cracked. Crack! It was a clear sound of bones breaking. Soren's head but broke 4 or 5 of the opponent's ribs. The female pirate in front of him did not expect the enemy to use this kind of attack. Before she could react, the enemy suddenly gave up on using his swords and hit her chest with his head. The huge impact made her lose her balance, and her back hit the wooden board. Because of the broken ribs in her chest, her lungs were injured, and this made it difficult for her to breathe. Swoosh! The sword slashed at Soren's back from behind. Kidney strike. Vampiric touch. The swords in Soren's hands suddenly disappeared, and then he moved his legs half a step, got into a simple horse stance, and then punched the opponent near her kidney. The next moment, the female pirate with fiery red hair curled up like a shrimp. Her face turned red, and her eyes rolled up slightly. She looked like a dead fish with its eyes rolled up. Her whole body went limp. This heavy punch was only made by Soren. If it was the 1-inch punch of a monk, the opponent would have died in an instant. Continuous counterattack. The wound on Soren's chest gradually stopped bleeding. Although he did not have a weapon in his hand, he suddenly hit the opponent's abdomen with his elbow and then twisted the opponent's hand with his backhand. With a crack, he twisted the opponent's arm without any mercy. He once again attacked with his elbow, interrupting the enemy's breathing. She did not even have time to breathe, and then he grabbed the other arm, twisted the joint, and directly dislocated the arm. Plop! The female pirate, with fiery red hair in front of him, fell to the ground. Her eyes were obviously a little white, and she had completely fainted. It seems that there's no harm in learning how to fight with bare hands. Soren directly picked up the female pirate in front of him with one hand, pinched her chin with his palm, and looked at her and murmured, "The close combat skills of the pugilist are really useful. It can actually force the enemy to have no time to attack. It seems that if I fight with a monk in the future, I should use a dagger to fight when the distance is too close. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous, and an inch longer, an inch more powerful. If a pugilist closed the distance to the elbow, which meant that after a close combat, a long weapon would be completely useless. This was because the first part of the weapon was still the elbow. In the face of a pugilist's joint strike skills and one-inch punch skills, the longer the weapon, the less opportunity to attack. It was better to use some short daggers and short swords. Soren just used the combat skills of a pugilist. He once took Vivian to meet a pugilist who was close to legendary. At that time, he gave Vivian a book of pugilist, but the little girl basically did not read it. Only Soren read a lot of it. The pugilist in this world was a profession that was as dangerous as the blade master. It was just that they were not very aggressive. Clang! Soren picked up the two swords on the ground with his feet. After picking them up and looking at them, he murmured, "It really is the Mandarin duck sword. It seems that people who use this kind of weapon are rare, right? Her identity seems to be not that simple. Mandarin duck sword. This was what Soren called it. In fact, the original name of this weapon was ring buckle sword. It was a relatively rare weapon that was more common outside of the Eastern Desert. This weapon had a special ring buckle on the hilt. The inner hilt of the two swords was specially made, and it was a relatively fierce weapon used in infantry battles. This weapon was separated into two long swords, and when combined, it was a heavy battle sword. It was a bit like the two-handed fighting style of the Padao. In this world, there were two types of weapons. One was the straight blade, and the other was the curved blade. Therefore, many of the weapons had local names, and not many people deliberately named them. Therefore, the weapon she used was also a curved blade, which leaned toward a different kind of weapon. She doesn't look like a desert person. Soren looked at the female pirate in front of him and pulled open her clothes to see if there were any tattoos. The Eastern pirates had a special symbol, and their combat style was completely different from the pirates of the West Coast. Along the desert all the way to the east, the closer they were to the east, the more sophisticated their combat skills were. It was the birthplace of the monks, and it belonged to a vast desert area. It seemed that there used to be a civilization, but it was destroyed in the hands of ancient evil creatures. The Eastern pirates were good at using curved blades, and many of them were experts in greater dual wielding. Among them, there were even monks who used a single sickle to fight. Forget it. Soren frowned and took a look. Then he cut down a section of the rope and tied the female pirate in front of him up like a fried dough twist. It was almost all over her body, and there was almost no empty space. He did not study much about the art of binding, but he was worried that the other party would escape, so he could only use the simplest and most violent method. This female pirate might be useful because Soren had a lot of plans in mind. The fog gradually became thicker. A figure of a vengeful spirit appeared, and then a ghost ship appeared nearby. At this time, only 10 minutes had passed, and there were no living people on the pirate ship in front of her. The Naga Siren's eyes were full of disbelief. It seemed that it was difficult for her to believe that Soren had killed a ship of pirates in such a short time. Animated rope. A rope flew out from the ghost ship, then wrapped around the red-haired female pirate and hung her on a mast of the ghost ship. These ropes were quite powerful. It required more than 18 points of strength to break free. So if there were no weapons to cut the ropes, ordinary pirates could directly be strangled and hung on these ropes. These ropes were part of the animated ghost ship. They were like tentacles, and their flexibility and strength were quite amazing. They were a trump card against low-level enemies. I got more than 10,000 slaughter EXP. Soren looked at his data page, and a smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, killing people is the fastest way to accumulate slaughter EXP. In less than 20 minutes, I have earned more than 10,000 slaughter EXP. If I encounter some more pirate ships on the way, maybe I can increase my wizard level again. There were many humanoid creatures. There were nearly 30 or 40 pirates on the ship, and each of them gave at least 200 or 300 slaughter EXP. Soren easily got more than 12,000 slaughter EXP. This deal was worth it. Chapter 202. Soren began to clean up the spoils of war. There were not many valuable things on these pirates because rare-grade equipment was too rare and there seemed to be no spoils of war. However, there were a lot of barrels and goods on the pirate ship. If these goods could be sold, they should be worth thousands of kindler coins. But Soren had no time to sell the goods now. He just collected a little kindler and silver deals and found a box of jewelry in the captain's room. It seemed that these pirates had not done any big business recently, or they had hidden their wealth somewhere. Pirates like to hide things. If it had a big business, pirates like to fill the box with treasure and find an island to dig a hole to bury it. Gold was an extremely stable metal. It could be buried for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. If he did not tell others, or if he accidentally died and did not have time to tell others, the wealth would be left in place for others to find. In the past, many people accidentally found the treasure buried by pirates, but it seemed that no one found any great wealth. The harvest looks ordinary. Soren looked at the pirate ship in front of him. He was not in a mood to take it back now. The ship was actually very valuable. It was impossible to take it away, and he did not know if it would benefit others. It would be a pity to sink it. Soren did not know what to do with it for a while. He could only put away the anchor and let the ghost drag it to a position close to the shallow sea, and then stranded it on the beach of the island. Now, he could only leave it here first. When he needed it in the future, he would come back to see if it had been taken away. According to the market value of this pirate ship, it was worth at least 5,000 or 6,000 kindler coins. On the ghost ship, Soren treated the wound on his chest. If there was no stone skin, it would have been a bit fatal. Vampiric touch almost healed his injuries, but he still needed to bandage them. Soren looked up at the sky and then ordered the ghost ship to move forward. The Nagasiren priest gave him the agreed location, about a day's sailing route, where the Nagasiren tribe would meet him. He was sure that the fleet of the Betrayer's Chamber of Commerce was near that sea. Put her down. Soren walked to the mast and lowered the rope, placing the red-haired pirate on the deck. The ship was alive. Although it couldn't speak, it could understand simple orders, just like some low-level undead. Soren reached out and lifted the female pirate in front of him. Her face was very pale, but her appearance was quite beautiful and full of a wild aura. It seemed like she was a person who often gave orders. Although Soren's attacks were fierce, they were not fatal. Most of the woman's body was covered with bruises. High-grade professionals had strong vitality, so they would not die so easily. He had no interest in healing the man, so he picked him up and threw him into the sea. Plop! The red-haired pirate fell into the sea, but the rope was still on her, and she was dragged forward in the sea. Cough, cough, cough. After a series of violent coughs, the unconscious female pirate finally woke up. Soren nodded with satisfaction. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The rope pulled her up again and hung her on the mast. There was a trace of blood on her chest, and the broken ribs made her injury even more serious. She looked very weak, as if she could die at any time. However, after she woke up, her eyes were very fierce. She stared at Soren and said, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. You lackey of the sea wolf. I won't tell you my father's secret." Sure enough, Soren's mouth showed a smile, and he seemed to be satisfied with his judgment. A female pirate captain with such eye-catching fiery red hair. using a special weapon, and seemed to have the strength of grade 4. Such a woman must have secrets. If her identity was not enough, even if she had the strength of grade 4, it would be difficult to suppress so many pirates. Pirates were notorious for being unruly and unruly. They were wretched bones that yielded to force but not persuasion. To make them listen to orders, one needed to have a solid foundation. It seemed that her father was a pirate, and he was a pirate with a little bit of skill. Actually, I wanted to kill you at first. Soren shrugged calmly, then snapped his fingers and put her down. He said playfully, but it's a pity to kill you like this. Maybe a woman like you is useful to me. I think you should look around now, and then think about whether I have anything to do with the Seawolf. Around? The female pirate with fiery red hair looked up and glanced around. Suddenly, her whole body trembled because she was surrounded by floating wraiths and the ugly undead covered in seaweed. The broken hull, the black sails, and the ferocious undead. Everything in front of her made her feel a trace of fear. She said in a trembling voice, "Ghost. Ghost ship?" Yes, ghost ship. It was also a taboo among pirates. Because it was a curse of death, the undead belonged to supernatural life, and it was not something that could be seen everywhere. There were not many people on the south coast who had encountered the ghost ship, but its terrible legend had been spread among the pirates for a long time. If there was something that made them afraid, it was undoubtedly one of them. Because in the legend of the pirates, the ghost ship was full of imprisoned undead. They were bound to the ghost ship, and their souls could never be free. In the end, they could only die with the ghost ship. This was not a joke. There were so many bound spirits on the ghost ship, and many of them were pirates who died on it. Soren's face showed a satisfied smile. He reached out and lifted the female pirate in front of him, showing his white teeth, and smiled. But in the eyes of the other party, he looked like a devil. He said in a low voice, "I don't know who the Seawolf you're talking about is, but with such a name and a character I've never heard of, he should be an ordinary pirate leader, right? Your father's secret may not be of much value to me. What I'm interested in now is whether you're valuable to me. If you're valuable, I'll let you go. If you're not, I'll kill you. This ship just happens to lack an undead vice captain." The female pirate shuddered, and her teeth trembled slightly. She looked at the ugly undead around her and murmured, "No, I don't want to become something like that. What do you want?" Soren nodded with satisfaction. He snapped his fingers and loosened the rope. He smiled and said, "Very good. It seems that you're going to talk to me about your value. If your value alive is higher than your value dead, then congratulations. I won't kill you." Soren waved his hand to make the undead around him retreat, and then carried the female pirate to the captain's room. As he walked, he took out a bottle of healing potion and violently poured it into her mouth. Bang! Soren kicked open the door of the captain's room, and then threw her on the ship, which was full of disgusting seaweed. He looked at her indifferently and seemed to notice the undead outside. He then said, "Tell me about you. You can try to lie, but if you let me feel that you're lying, I'll cut off one of your fingers. I'm a very principled person. As long as you lie to me, then you're not lying. But if you can't lie to me, sorry, I'll give you a little punishment." Having said that, Soren pulled out a dagger and made a cut on her finger. The red-haired female pirate swallowed hard. The man in front of her gave her a lot of pressure. She didn't even know if the other party was still alive. Although the other party's smile was natural, it was because it was natural that made people feel scared. This was a terrible existence who was used to killing. His breath made her feel familiar. Only those pirates who really walked out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could give her such a big pressure. Even her father didn't have such a strong, murderous aura. The man in front of her had probably killed hundreds of people. Fear. She couldn't help but tremble. She looked at the captain's room that was full of the smell of blood and corruption, and said with difficulty, "My name is Adele Isabel, the daughter of the pirate leader of Shipwreck Bay, Killer Whale." "Wait a minute." Soren suddenly interrupted the other party. He reached out and lifted the other party's chin, looked at the pupils of the woman in front of him, then frowned slightly and said, "Isabel, this seems to be the surname of the nobles in the Western Kingdom. Do you have royal blood?" Is this your father's surname? Or your mother's surname? The Western Kingdom. It was a more chaotic country. It was a place where taboos, chaos, relationships, heresy, depraved emotions, and desires were common. Because this land was ruled by a family of sorcerers for generations. In order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, the marriage of the nobles in the kingdom was relatively chaotic. Isabel was the queen's surname, which had been passed down for hundreds of years. After the division of the unified Western Kingdom, this surname was inherited by the nobles. Generally, only the direct bloodline was allowed to use this surname. Mothers. The red-haired female pirate looked down at the deck of the ship and said in a low voice, "My mother was a noble lady of a duchy on the west coast. She married a viscount, but she met my father when she was out at sea. He killed her husband and all her attendants, and then took her as his wife. I inherited my mother's surname, which was also what my father wanted. He didn't want me to continue to be a pirate." Soren showed a playful expression at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to think of something, smiled and shook his head, and said, "Then your father was killed by that sea wolf? Then you became a pirate captain? For revenge? Or are you not satisfied with a dull life?" The woman in front of him was silent. Chapter 203. You guys are awesome. You can find a model of the female pirate as soon as you finished writing. Except for the wrong hair color, it's really similar to my idea. She has a wild feeling with a bit of Amazon blood, and her breasts are also very big. Stupefied Buddha. The story was actually not that complicated. Adele's mother traveled with her husband shortly after her marriage, but they didn't expect to meet the pirate leader at that time, the killer whale. The pirates robbed their ship and killed the other people on the ship. Only her mother was left behind by the pirate leader because of her beauty, and then she was taken back to do some discordant things. This semi-imprisonment lasted until Adele was born, and for some reason, her mother died later. When she wasn't very old, she was still very young. What happened next was very simple. She was raised by the pirate leader Killer Whale. Because he had a daughter, the notorious pirate leader had the idea of retiring. Originally, he planned to leave a large inheritance to his daughter and then find a place far away from the sea to live in seclusion, but he did not expect to be plotted against by his peers at this time. Adele was not a weak woman without the strength to trust a chicken. On the contrary, she inherited a quarter of the Amazon blood from her father. So she planned to take revenge. This woman recruited a lot of men and used her father's reputation to win over a group of people. However, after all, a woman's strength and reputation were not enough. Although she had a ship and a group of men, she still could not beat the sea wolf who plotted against her father. Just at this time, she heard the news about a merchant ship full of gold, silver, and jewelry, so she made a very bold decision to try to rob the wealth. Although she knew it was dangerous, as long as she grabbed a ship, or even a little benefit, she could have enough wealth to recruit people. Because the wealth was too huge. But it seemed that her plan failed because before she started, her men were killed by Soren, and she became Soren's captive. These trash want to rob the Chamber of Commerce of the betrayal. The corners of Soren's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a hint of mockery, "I really don't know if you're smart or stupid, or if you're just liking the stories." Adele's pale face flushed red, revealing a trace of anger. It was as if Soren's words had stimulated her soul, making her feel that her decision was so stupid. At the same time, she also found that the clothes in front of her chest had been torn a little. Because of the rope tied to her body, the bulge in front of her chest became even more obvious. It was a curve that made her feel ashamed. However, the way Soren tied her up was simple and rough. Even if she wanted to move, she couldn't. "Looks like it's not worth keeping you alive." Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. The dagger in his hand turned into a blur. Omnipotent hands had greatly increased the agility of his fingers. His opponent couldn't even see the outline of the dagger clearly. He squatted in front of the female pirate, looked into her eyes, and said in a low voice, "Apart from the wealth left behind by your dead father, it seems like you don't have anything valuable on you. You saw it too. My goal is also the group of betrayers' caravans. If I get the wealth of those betrayers, The things left behind by your father are nothing. Do you think I should let you live? After all, I don't like to let an enemy go. Maybe I should turn you into an undead. That way, you'll be of some use." Adele's face was obviously much paler. She struggled for a while and said with a look of despair, I can be loyal to you. I can also serve you. My father left behind a lot of things, and among them is a secret treasure map. It's said that it can lead to a mysterious place." "Treasure map?" Soren showed a look of interest. He looked at her and said, "I don't believe in loyalty. Your loyalty is cheap to me. Maybe you're a good pirate on the South Coast, but in the whole world, you're just an ant. As for serving me, I have to admit that your body is very attractive, but I learned a lesson in the Underdark. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is, especially if she may be your enemy." But just as Adele's mood was getting lower and lower, and her expression became more and more desperate, Soren suddenly waved his dagger. His target was not her throat, but the rope on her body. Soren cut the rope on her body, looked in her eyes, and said, "I feel that you're somewhat useful to me, and I just happen to need a helper like you. I don't care if you betray me, but you have to think about the price of betraying me. I don't want to skin such a beautiful woman with my own hands. I'll give you the respect you deserve, but I hope you're worthy of my respect." Soren took a step back and watched her reaction. The female pirate's gorgeous face was obviously startled, but there was no excessive reaction. Instead, she said with a complicated expression, "What do you want?" "There's a lot I want." Soren's heart also relaxed a little, but he was ready to fight at any time. He said in a deep voice, "Your existence is useful to me, but your value is still too small. I'll help you take revenge, help you kill Seawolf, and become the biggest pirate leader in Shipwreck Bay. When you have enough value, I'll tell you what I want. Don't try to do something stupid. You should know that I didn't do my best at the beginning. I don't want to regret my decision to let you go." Soren lifted his foot and kicked a chair over. At the same time, he leaned against the door, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Since you've inherited your mother's name, you should know where your mother and her husband's territory is, right? Don't tell me you don't know this. I don't believe that your father didn't have the idea of inheriting the territory. Your father killed a noble, but he lived for so long. Presumably, he did a good job at that time, right? All the related people were killed. Am I right?" Adele's expression was very complicated. It seemed that she couldn't keep up with Soren's thoughts, but she still hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes. My mother and her husband's territory is in the western county near the Grizzly Hills. My father did have the intention of letting me inherit the territory. After all, my blood may be able to hide from a priest's spell detection, but that territory has been inherited by another person. He should be my cousin. My father had the idea of letting me replace him to inherit the territory, but he encountered an accident before he could do anything." Soren nodded and said, "Very good. I see the brilliance of a pirate in you. I like to deal with people like you because you're not pedantic at all. Congratulations. Your value to me has increased a lot. Maybe I can help you get what you want. A woman doesn't need to be a pirate to take revenge. If she has enough money, I believe that there are many ways to try to assassinate the target. You also desire an extraordinary life in your heart, right?" Soren approached her, and his breath was close. He looked in her eyes and said slowly, "This is the nature of an Amazon woman. You have the natural wildness of an Amazon woman." She was not willing to be under a man. Amazon women were so troublesome. They liked to compete with men. Although the woman in front of him was very beautiful and had the characteristics of a Western aristocrat, such as snow-white skin and a tall nose, she also had the obvious characteristics of an Amazon woman, especially her pupils. That kind of hidden wildness. Such a woman would definitely not desire to live a life of being a housewife. Even the life of a noble woman could not satisfy her. The natural courage of Amazon women meant that this group of women was destined to have a warlike gene in their bones. The fact that she could reach the 4th grade of strength was probably related to the bloodline of an Amazon woman. The combative nature of the Amazon women made it easier for them to become professionals. The probability of this was higher than that of men in other places. Although the population of the Amazon race was not large, the number of low-grade professionals accounted for a considerable proportion. These women could become qualified warriors with a little training, and sometimes they could even do better than that. Soren seemed to be thinking. After thinking for a moment, he looked at her and said, "I will put you down on the island near the strait and leave you enough food. This battle, caused by the wealth of the betrayer, is not something you can go to with your strength. If you go there, you will just be one more person who will die. You can heal there. I will pick you up when I come back. Of course, you can also try to escape. For me, this is just one less chess piece, but for you, you will lose an important opportunity. During this period of time, you can also think about how far you can go without my help. I don't like to force women." Soren turned and walked out of the captain's room, leaving the female pirate with a complicated expression on her face. Yes, Soren did not care very much. Not killing her would only cost him a few thousand slaughter EXP. If he let her go, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But if she could really be his helper, then Soren's future plans would undoubtedly be much easier. There were still many things he wanted. It was not enough to deal with the Avatar crisis by himself, even if he could enter the realm of legends. The woman in front of him was still very valuable. He hoped that his decision could get the results he wanted. If he failed, that would not be too much of a problem because the core of everything was still in the outer islands. Chapter 204. Amidst the Sea Breeze. Soren looked at the female pirate who gradually swam to the shore, and then ordered the ghost ship to leave. As for whether the target would wait for him here, Soren was actually only 50% sure. In the beginning of the conversation, he had already added psychological hints to match the fear gaze and deliberately created an oppressive atmosphere. If this did not achieve the desired effect, it could only be said that he was not capable enough in this aspect. After all, he was not very good at everything. The ghost ship began to speed up, and the fog moved with the broken hull. Soren gradually approached the area of the deep sea. When the sea and sky in front of him became more and more open, and the sea gradually turned from blue to dark blue, he already knew that he had arrived at the territory of the Nagas. The Nagas were not the rulers of the sea. There were many dangerous creatures in the sea of this world. Even the Sharkmen and the Naga Sirens could only occupy a part of the territory. There were many sea monsters, especially in the Abyss area, near the sunken continental shelf, where the Naga Sirens did not dare to easily set foot, because there was very strong energy radiation there. This was a disaster left over from the Arcane Empire. Even after thousands of years, it had not changed. The central area of the sea was a dangerous area. The octopus there could grow to the size of the Squid King, which could reach a length of about 14 meters. It was possible to overturn a ship directly. Occasionally, there were giant monsters that could prey on whales. Therefore, the transoceanic continent trade had always been in a cold storage period. Although some people had explored the continental shelf in the transoceanic area, it was only limited to the communication between spellcasters. Ordinary people could not pass through, and they could not bypass that dangerous area. The continental shelf plate would move slightly. The Soros Islands were also part of the continental shelf. Soren was now in the area of the deep sea canyon. Below was an abyss tens of thousands of meters deep. He did not know what was in it. Anyway, the Naga Sirens lived near this sea area. Rumble. There was a slight vibration at the bottom of the sea, and then a strange warship that looked like an elven ship emerged. It was a long and narrow boat. Its front end was very sharp, and there was a sculpture of a Naga Siren at the back. There were many Naga Sirens on the boat, and one of them was someone Soren had seen before. The figure of the Naga Siren priest was also among them. Unlike the past, she was wearing blue armor, and her 4 arms were holding a long sword, a mace, a staff, and a shield at the same time. Although she didn't have the casting ability of a legendary priest, her own creature level and priest level were definitely at the legendary level. Her priest level should be around 18. She was equipped with heavy armor and a shield. If Soren didn't know her identity, he would have mistaken her for a warrior. Priests in this world were difficult to deal with. They did not have as many restrictions as wizards. Wearing full body armor would not affect the casting of divine spells. High-grade priests could wear heavy warrior equipment and cast spells as they fought. From time to time, they could even cast a divine blessing on themselves. After entering the legendary realm, they could even summon an oracle from another world. Sometimes, you would feel helpless against such an existence. Fortunately, divine spells were the weakened version of spells. Priests were strong in overall ability, but they were not particularly outstanding. Moreover, it was almost impossible for priests to have the opportunity to become a god. At most, they could reach the level of the chosen saint. Follow. Soren ordered the ghost ship to follow. The Naga Sirens seemed to be using alchemy warships. Although alchemy was listed as a taboo in many places, the Naga Sirens did not have so many concerns. Warships were the main tool of the Naga Sirens. They could not domesticate sharks, whales, and other sea creatures like the sharkmen, so using a warship was definitely faster than swimming. A day passed quickly. The next day, when Soren finished memorizing the spells, they met another helper. It was the sharkmen riding huge tiger sharks. They were the most loyal servants of the sea goddess. Unfortunately, these guys had low intelligence, and there were very few priests and spellcasters. Under the blue sky, a wave appeared on the sea, and then more than 10 tiger sharks appeared in front of them. In front of Soren were the sharkmen wearing armors that looked like woven seaweed. They almost only had the outline of a humanoid creature. Their thick arms held tridents. After approaching the warship, they roared loudly, and then the tiger sharks began to surround them. At the same time, a sharkman drove the tiger shark close to the Naga Siren priest. The sharkman said something in a language that Soren could not understand at all. Damn the language of the sea. Sure enough, no matter how much one learned, one would never complain about learning too many languages. The Naga Siren priest's expression became serious. After listening to the sharkman's words, she immediately ordered, "Full speed ahead. Our prey has appeared. There are other hunters." The ghost ship began to speed up. Soren did not know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the sea shake. No. It should not be said that it was the sea. It should be said that the whole sea seemed to shake. It was as if an invisible vibration spread on the bottom of the sea, and then caused a ripple to spread on the surface of the sea. The Naga Siren priest also seemed to feel something. Her expression quickly became serious. She picked up a conch-like object and prayed in a low voice in a strange language. This voice was like a wave, spreading towards the sea with a strange sound wave, and then transmitted to a distant place. "Go Saru! Go Saru! Go Saru!" There were Naga Siren warriors roaring in front of them, as if they were shouting the name of some creature. Unfortunately, Soren could not understand it all. However, he now had a very clear feeling that this battle was not going to be simple. Basically, he was sure that it was above legendary. Time passed little by little. Wooden barrels and broken pieces of wood could gradually be seen on the sea. At the same time, there were traces of fire. It seemed that there had been a battle here before. The smell of blood attracted sharks and other marine carnivores. The sharkmen drove the tiger sharks to howl excitedly, and then with some casting movements, some of the sharks began to move with them. This was charm sea creatures, a spell similar to charm animals, which belonged to the sharkmen's natural spell-like ability. Corpses began to appear in front of them. Soren saw a white bone flag floating on the sea, which made his expression a little ugly. He murmured, "The flag of the Pirate King?" This was a war flag, or a war flag that had undergone a blood sacrifice. There had been a battle in the nearby sea area. They were still a lot late, but they did not know if the betrayer's fleet had been taken down. Soren did not care much about the wealth, because he could not get much even if he robbed them. But he had to come, otherwise he might be cursed by the sea goddess. Although the gods had fallen into a deep sleep and lost contact, they were not completely unconscious. For such an important thing, the sea goddess would definitely pay attention to it. Buzz. The vibration of the bottom of the sea seemed to appear again. The fish around seemed to be frightened and fled desperately into the distance. Even the sharks began to become uneasy. An isolated island appeared in the distance. It looked like a cliff that suddenly protruded from the bottom of the sea. It looked very strange from this position, and it made people feel inexplicably uneasy. In front of them was the outermost part of the Soros Islands. There were many strange islands scattered in this sea area. These islands were the products of the war of the Arcane Empire. They were a bit like mountains that had been destroyed. Roar! A dull roar suddenly came from afar. Then a huge black shadow rose into the air. It elegantly spread its dragon wings, circled from the sea, and rushed directly to a height of hundreds of meters. Then, the black figure swooped down from the sky. There was a dull sound of gunfire behind the island in front of them, and then a dragon's breath swept down from the sky, turning into a flame pillar that was 20 or 30 meters long and covering the sea. Black Dragon. Soren silently clenched his curved sword and turned to look at the Naga Siren priest. He guessed right. The dragon could not resist the temptation of this amazing wealth. Rumble. A huge sound came from the front. Soren vaguely seemed to see a woman in a white dress. Maybe it was not a white dress, but it looked a bit like a wedding dress. The reason why it was so eye-catching was because of a pair of huge dark red dragon wings behind the woman, so it was very visual. What was even more incredible was that she was actually fighting the black dragon head-on. And it was a hand-to-hand fight. What spellcaster in this world could fight a dragon head-on? There was no doubt. There was only one kind of existence that could do this, and that was the dragon disciple. In front of him was a legendary dragon disciple. She had completed the transformation of a half-dragon, so a pair of dragon wings could be formed on her back. A legendary spellcaster with the power of a half-dragon. The woman in front of him should be the legendary Duchess. He did not expect her to have the blood of a red dragon. The bottom of the sea seemed to shake again. Forward, sink. Soren and the Naga Siren priest gave two completely different orders. The Naga Siren worship began to accelerate suddenly. The Naga Siren priest's hands quickly cast spells. As she chanted, an elemental ripple appeared on the sea, and then a quasi-legendary giant water elemental appeared. The elemental creature stood on the sea and began to move with the warship in front of it. However, the ghost ship under Soren's control began to descend. In the sea water that came from all directions, the undead on the ghost ship were also ready to fight. It seemed that they were not early nor late. Chapter 2:05. The ghost ship gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. Soren activated the special emblem on his body and solidified his ability to breathe underwater. The drowned stood on the deck with his weapon, surrounded by wraiths. The ghost ship slowly approached from the bottom of the sea. The Naga warships in front had begun to join the battle. Many of the Naga warriors jumped into the water and swam toward the warships in front of them. There were many ships in the battle. In addition to the warships of the Betrayer's Chamber of Commerce, there seemed to be other pirate forces. Summoned thunder. There seemed to be a dull sound of thunder on the sea, and then dark clouds gradually covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was dark all around. Bolts of lightning danced like electric snakes. Even Soren, who was sneaking under the sea, could feel the violent thunder and lightning. This was not a simple spell, but the thunder and lightning summoned by the Stormlord's priest. This was a spell that was close to the 9th tier. It covered an area of more than 10 kilometers and almost covered the entire sea. Is this the Stormlord or the Storm Priest? Soren felt a small current on the bottom of the sea. It was a bit like an electrostatic field, but the range was larger than what he had seen before. There should be a strong person above the legendary level. Heavy rains soon fell from the sky, and a terrible storm seemed to be brewing. The spellcaster forcibly changed the nearby climate and turned this place into the eye of the storm. Huge waves were set off on the sea, and the hovering black dragon seemed to be a little unstable. Soren was a little better at the bottom of the sea, but he could see that the hull on the sea was shaking violently. Storm lightning. Crackling lightning bolts fell one after another, and then some charred corpses could be seen falling into the sea. Among them were the Naga guards who were killed by lightning, and the sharkmen who rode on the tiger sharks. Soren could not help but feel lucky that he had just made the decision. If he rushed up recklessly, he might have been struck by lightning. The situation on the battlefield seemed a bit strange. No one on the warship that summoned the storm seemed to attack the betrayer's Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that they had reached some kind of agreement. These people who looked like pirates and storm priests actually helped them resist the attacks of the Black Dragon and others. Could it be that the Chamber of Commerce has promised some benefits? Soren's expression did not look good. He ordered the Spectre ship to approach from the bottom of the sea. His life was the most important thing in this battle, and he did not want to die in a place like this. There seemed to be several figures flying across the surface of the sea. They were female Amazonian warriors wearing leather armor and holding spears. They were the main force of the Amazons. Many of the pirates were close to the 3rd grade. Although they were around level 10, they could not fight at all in the sea because of the ropes. Soren was now like collecting heads. He quickly killed more than 10 enemies and received nearly 10,000 slaughter EXP. More and more people fell into the sea. It seemed that the pirate kings near the Soros Islands had also joined the battle. The battle on the surface of the water was already very intense. The rumbling of thunder, the roars of black dragons, the crackling of lightning spears, countless high-level spells, and many elementals were summoned. Soren could not see clearly what was happening on the surface of the water, but his business underwater was not bad. So many pirates fell into the sea, and he easily killed a large number of them. With the quasi-legendary level ghost ship as his backup, he was quite relaxed under the sea. Blood gradually spread. Faintly, the sea seemed to shake again. This time, Soren felt it very clearly because he was in the sea. He could be sure that some kind of power was spreading out. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in front of Soren's eyes. No. It was not the golden light, but the golden sand that fell from the sky into the sea. The battle on the surface of the sea was extremely intense. The others could no longer completely protect the 5 cargo ships that were filled with gold, silver, and jewels. One of the ships was hit and exploded. Broken pieces of wood flew in all directions, and gold and jewels were scattered all over the sky. One of the heavy and huge boxes was blown away. In the overwhelming wind, more than 300 kilograms of golden sand was swept away. Lightning flashed across the sky, and the golden sand emitted a dazzling light. Then, like a golden curtain falling from the sky, it all fell into the sea. Pieces of golden sand scattered in the sea, under various strange lights, and gradually spreading in the blood, it emitted a dazzling and demonic light. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A series of curses were heard. The black dragon's pupils suddenly became much redder. It roared and spat out a dragon's breath again. More than half a ton of gold had been scattered in the battle, just now. Many tiny grains of gold and small pieces of gold had all fallen into the sea. There was a turbulent undercurrent in the sea, and in the blink of an eye, a lot of gold had been washed away. Those grains of gold had fallen into the sea, and in the end, it would be very difficult for anyone to obtain them. Gurgle. One after another, other gold, silver, and jewelry fell into the sea. In the middle of the sunken cargo ship, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. It was a throne that weighed more than half a ton and was completely made of gold. This heavy throne was inlaid with all kinds of jewelry. Just a glance at it was enough to show how amazing its value was. It seemed that a guy who valued money more than life desperately grabbed it, but the huge weight dragged him directly to the bottom of the sea. The heavy golden throne made Soren's eyes blur for a moment, but he soon woke up and quickly ordered the ghost ship to move elsewhere. Sure enough, a huge black shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky. The black dragon gave up the enemy in front of it and rushed down from the sky. It stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed the golden throne. The weight of half a ton was still bearable for the dragon. It flapped its wings and flew up again. "It's mine!" The black dragon opened its mouth and let out a dull roar. "Osax can give up the other treasures, but this treasure must be mine. Osakos will not return empty-handed. Give it to me, and Osakos will give up the other treasures." It seemed that it was also injured. Otherwise, with the black dragon's greed, it would not be satisfied with just one treasure. Because of its words, the others obviously slowed down their attacks a little. It seemed that some people hoped that it would leave after taking such a treasure. After all, this was only one of the ships. In the center of everyone's fight, there were 4 such cargo ships, almost each of which was filled with more than several tons of gold, silver, and jewelry. The gold and sand that had just been scattered had already made many people jealous. If they didn't have any scruples in the end, who knew how many treasures would have sunk into the sea? Those large treasures were still fine, but the rest would be washed away by the seawater to who knew where. Gold and silver jewelry, gold and silver utensils, gold sculptures, jewelry, and jadeite. A large tribe, from the leader of the nobles to the civilian merchants, had all been massacred by the treacherous Chamber of Commerce. This amazing wealth was only the tip of the iceberg. The black dragon seemed to really only intend to take this one, but reality ruthlessly dragged it into the sea. A huge tentacle suddenly stretched out from the dark bottom of the sea, and then wrapped around the black dragon's body and dragged it directly into the depths of the sea. It's all mine," a strange and dull voice sounded, mixed with a little bit of demon language syllables. There were very few people present who could recognize these syllables, and even Soren only felt that the pronunciation was a little strange. The huge tentacle had an incredible and terrifying power. Even an adult black dragon could not break free from its shackles. Just like that, it was directly dragged into the sea with the golden throne and gradually sank at a very fast speed. The battlefield was dead silent. It seemed that this power had shocked many people, and even the legends present temporarily stopped attacking. Tentacles with suction cups suddenly stretched out from the darkest depths of the sea. Vaguely, one could see an incomparably huge shadow appearing near the battlefield. It was a very terrifying, oppressive force. The powerful professionals present who could resist the dragon's aura felt incomparable fear under this oppressive force. Soren seemed to have thought of something. His face was slightly pale, and he almost squeezed out a bitter smile with difficulty, murmuring, "What a crow's mouth! It's really happening. This monster has really appeared. Ghost ship, turn around. Quickly turn around. Leave here. Leave here quickly." A terrifying shadow appeared. It approached them from the deepest bottom of the sea, and hundreds of tentacles covered the battlefield. Chapter 206. It finally appeared. Some old memories appeared in Soren's mind, not only about the deep-sea monster in front of him, but also some memories about the bottomless abyss. Dagon, the king of the deep sea, the demon of the abyss, the ancient demon lord, the lord of the 89th floor of the abyss shadow deep sea, one of the few ancient demon lords in the entire multiverse. It was the lord of the ocean shadow, the sea, and sea monsters. As one of the most powerful demon lords, Dagon lived in a trench called Ishur in the sea of the abyss. It looked like a hybrid of fish, mollusks, and eels. It had a large number of very powerful tentacles on its body. Its emblem was a big mouth full of sharp teeth wrapped by 6 spiral-shaped tentacles. For a long time, the children of Dagon were like the sinister devil fish and the terrifying deep ones. They often dived into the sea of the main material world under its instructions to be its priests. In a mortal world, Dagon's cult was popular in the coastal areas. Its human followers, or swamp giants, tidal giants, etc., mated with half-fish creatures, and at the cost of tainting their bloodline, the demon lord gave them great power, rich fishing, and strange treasures. The black shadow in front of him was the son of Dagon. Son of Dagon, greater demon, demon god's heir, giant otherworld creature. Basic health, 25, race, deep sea demon attributes, strength 35, dexterity 12, constitution 32, intelligence 18, wisdom 20, charm 12, alignment, chaotic evil, level, deep sea demon level 20, demon god's priest level 10, demon god's heir HP, 600 plus, 600 plus, ability, unknown, divinity, none, divinity, lesser divinity, others. A series of data appeared in Soren's mind. In the past, this monster was notorious in the ocean. It had been sealed by the incarnation of the goddess of the ocean several times, but it still managed to escape successfully. It wreaked havoc on the west coast and the south coast for a long time, and almost no one could kill it. It was not until the Avatar crisis that its traces gradually disappeared. Some said that it had died in the hands of the goddess of the ocean. Some said that it had died in the hands of the Storm Lord, and some said that it had returned to the abyss. Anyway, no one was sure of the final result. Soren began to retreat with all his might. The son of Dagon in front of him was a demigod species. It was much stronger than the demigod vampire. Even if the demigod vampire had the form of a god, it would still be defeated in the sea. Soren would be affected by the deep sea domain, even if he were to get close to it, let alone exchange blows with it. He did not even have the ability to make a move. It could be said that everyone present was no match for the son of Dagon. At most, they could only fight with its tentacles. However, these tentacles were only a part of its huge body. Its true killing move was not these tentacles. Roar. A painful howl came from the bottom of the sea, and then a black shadow rushed out. The black dragon was not dragged into the mouth of the son of Dagon, but escaped at some cost. Anyway, when it rushed out of the sea, it was very embarrassed. Its whole body was covered in blood, and there were very obvious traces of corrosion on its solid dragon scales. The blood of the son of Dagon was very toxic and corrosive. As long as an ordinary weapon was cut on its body and stained with its blood, it would immediately corrode quickly. The black dragon almost did not dare to look back. It did not look like a legendary dragon at all. It looked more like a stray dog. The other legendary professions present looked terrible. The Naga Siren priest, who was fully armored, also looked terrible. Because it had been sealed by the incarnation of the goddess of the ocean, it was obvious that some of its tentacles had begun to attack them, and the other tentacles had wrapped around the central cargo ship. Between the amazing wealth and the threat of life, the other legendary professions gave up fighting. They did not choose to deal with this monster together, but seized the time to grab as much as possible. Although the son of Dagon was very powerful, but they did not even have the ability to escape. The Duchess flapped the huge red dragon wings behind her and rushed into one of the cargo ships, ready to take away as much treasure as possible. She was only a legendary sorcerer, not a legendary wizard. Only high-grade wizards, profession level 25 and above, could have a half-plane, which was almost equivalent to the divine kingdom of a weak god. The effect of the spatial storage in this world was limited. At most, she could only take away a part of the wealth. Legendary professions naturally had higher-level storage items. Compared to Soren's poor 3-foot multi-dimensional bag, they could undoubtedly take away a lot of wealth. In almost a moment, the legendary professions who stopped fighting nearby took away wealth worth tens of thousands of Kindler coins. Even so, the remaining 4 cargo ships still had a huge amount of gold, silver, and jewelry. This time, the wealth brought back was more than 500,000 Kindler coins. Soren estimated that it was more than that. If the silverware, silver Kindler, and silver sculptures were included, these 5 cargo ships were filled with at least 700,000 to 800,000 or even 1,000,000 Kindler coins. Even if these legendary professions tried their best, they could only take away about 300,000 to 400,000 Kindler coins. These riches all had weight. In this world, it was impossible to have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Kindler coins. 20 to 30,000 Kindler coins weighed nearly half a ton. The carrying capacity of the legendary professions was not that high, and the effect of the spatial storage items was limited. Even if all the wealth was smelted into gold and silver bars, it would still be a large volume, not to mention that most of them were all kinds of gold and silver. Creak, rumble. The nearby ships were dragged to the bottom of the sea, and huge tentacles destroyed many warships. Soren could see a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry scattered. Among them, a box full of Kindler coins was scattered. Thousands of Kindler coins floated in the sea and sank. There were also all kinds of jewelry, necklaces, and emerald jewelry. Gems the size of pebbles sank to the bottom of the sea, and even some gold and silver objects floated to where he was. These treasures would stay at the bottom of the sea nearby. If there were no accidents, the son of Dagon would stay here for a long time until all the treasures were transported back to its nest. Some people on the sea had begun to retreat. Although the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, who was wearing a snow-white dress, took away more than 100,000 Kindler coins, she still looked at the bottom of the sea with hatred. She was the one who lost the most among all. The female Amazons leaped to the rear. Their results were slightly less, but they probably also got more than 100,000 Kindler coins. They had already prepared the most valuable and easiest to take away, and the rest were more of the large gold and silver objects that took up space. No one could take away the wealth of 5 large cargo ships in one breath. Even if they had the strength of a legendary level, they could only salvage a little of the loss. The situation of the Naga Siren priest on the sea was a bit worrying. At this time, no one would help her. The son of Dagon obviously hated the followers of the sea goddess more. But suddenly, there seemed to be a low roar in the distance, followed by continuous low roars. The sound became more and more intense. Soren could see another huge shadow on the bottom of the sea, approaching this side at an amazing speed. Go Saru! Go Saru! Go Saru! Go! Sa! Lu! The surviving Naga warriors and sharkmen on the surface of the sea suddenly became excited. They roared as if they were calling a name. The Naga Siren priest's face was excited. She picked up a conch-like horn and blew it. Woo-woo-woo. The desolate sound of a horn reverberated on the surface of the sea. Then, a huge shadow emerged from the bottom of the sea. A huge head that looked like a dragon emerged, followed by a second huge head, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth head on the sea in the distance. A behemoth like a small island appeared. There were 7 heads on the surface of the sea, almost each of which was the size of a locomotive. There seemed to be 2 heads hidden in the sea. The huge body moved at high speed in the sea, and the surrounding sea water seemed to be pushing it forward. This was not the original ability of the creature, but more like a spell given to it by the gods. Around it were white waves, and huge sharks leaped out of the sea. The strong sharkmen held tridents and roared, following the island-like monster. Fight back! The Naga Siren priest showed a grim smile, raised the scepter representing the sea priest, and roared, Keep them! There are sacrifices for the sea goddess. Rumble! The nearby sea water suddenly broke open, and then the ghost ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Soren, who had planned to run as far as he could, stood in front of the rudder. The expression on his face was very brave, and he shouted, Fire! Hurry up and fire! Sink those guys' warships! At an unknown moment, Soren raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and then murmured, Damn it! You should have said earlier that you have help. I knew you could summon this horrible thing. Do I still need to run so desperately? You scared me. Chapter 207. Soren was not afraid of death, but he would never throw his life away. If he had no confidence in winning the battle, he would only run as far as he could. If it was only a legendary opponent, he could still fight back after transforming into a slaughterer. But the son of Dagon in front of him was the descendant of the demon god. It belonged to the demigod level, and it was in the opponent's territory. In the home field of the ocean, a quasi-legendary level deep-sea behemoth could be treated as a legendary monster. Even the incarnation of the sea goddess couldn't kill it. Soren didn't believe that these people were stronger than the incarnation of the sea goddess. But what he didn't expect was that the sea priest could even summon a pure-blooded hydra. That thing was something incredible. The legend of the hydra was spread across the multiverse. It was a species that covered all planes. In the material plane, the abyss, the elemental realm, the Bodor Inferno, and so on, the figures of these species and their descendants could be seen. Even in the legends of the Middle Earth, there were legends about the hydra as early as the ancient times. But at that time, its name was Xianglu. Xianglu, a snake with 9 heads. It ate countless people. Wherever it went, it turned into a swamp. Xianglu's breath was poisonous. If one touched it, one would die. If one ate it, there was no cure. Xianglu's blood was highly poisonous. Not only did it poison all living things to death, but once it touched the ground, it would pollute everything. In the end, Xianglu was killed by Yu the Great. According to the legends, Yu the Great built a high platform to suppress it. The polluted ground was split into 3 pools. The hydra in the Western legends was no longer an example. The above words could actually be applied to the monster in front of him. The hydra in this world was extremely poisonous. Their breath was a dragon's breath, and their blood was highly poisonous. If the 9 heads didn't die, they could grow back again. Wherever the hydra wreaked havoc, it was easy to change the terrain into a swamp. At the same time, their blood would pollute the earth, making the land barren for a long time. A pure-blooded hydra was even more difficult to deal with than a giant dragon. There were 3 major branches of the sea monsters. The first branch was the tentacle sea behemoth, which was the ancient demon Dagon of the abyss. It was the king of the sea monsters. The second branch was the multi-headed sea beasts. Their ruler was the mother of the hydra and the mother of the deep sea beasts, Hydra. The mother of hydras was a special demigod. Although it didn't have a clear clergy, it was a servant of the goddess of ocean. However, its main body wasn't in the material plane, but in the goddess of ocean's divine kingdom. As for the third major branch, Soren still liked to call them the dinosaur series. This series of sea monsters was the most dangerous and also the most powerful. Among them, the most representative was Godzilla. However, the natives of this world did not call it that. Godzilla was just a name that was spread among the players. The natives called this terrifying monster the Abomination. That was right. It was a living abomination. In a remote area outside the mainland, there was a god called the Father of Dinosaurs. He was a god with great divine power. He once had a conflict with the Stormlord. He tried to create his own son of God. It was not a mortal bloodline like the son of Fear, but a son of God that was born from the combination of 2 gods. This kind of existence was born as a god. However, due to the restrictions of a certain law, it was very likely to die when it was born. If it died, then it would be the Abomination. This was the origin of the dinosaur series, Deep Sea Beasts. Although Soren joined the battle head-on, he had no intention of getting close to the son of Dagon. He would never enter the battlefield of the demigod sea monster. In order to ensure that there was enough distance between them, Soren deliberately let the pirates in front of him escape a little further and then began to attack. The arrival of the Hydra undoubtedly attracted the absolute attention of the son of Dagon. In the face of the same level of the deep-sea beasts, it gradually retracted all of its tentacles. The sharkmen scattered to both sides, and the tiger sharks swarmed over in a circle. The Nagasiren priest did not seem to want to stay in the center of the battlefield between the 2 sea beasts. Her original warship had been destroyed, and now she could only approach the ghost ship. Then she jumped onto the deck of the ship. Gosaru will deal with the son of Dagon. The Nagasiren priest took a deep look at Soren, and then said in a deep voice, "We must leave the others here. There is an important sacrifice for the sea goddess." If Soren had not mentioned this monster, she might not have summoned the Hydra. However, it seemed that Soren was right. The Sharkmen were still very powerful in naval battles, but it was difficult for them to sink those warships. The undead on the ghost ship began to move, and the dark sails swelled. Soren had activated the ghost sails on the ship. The ghost ship began to accelerate, shooting out like a sharp arrow, and soon caught up with the storm pirates who wanted to retreat. On the other side, the deep-sea Hydra had already fought with the son of Dagon. Its 9 heads took turns to bite off the hundreds of tentacles that wrapped around it. The blood that was extremely poisonous to others seemed to be a delicacy to the deep-sea Hydra. Its 6 heads dealt with the tentacles on the surface of the sea, and the other 3 heads dove into the water to attack. Waves of huge waves began to spread. The battle between the 2 supergiant deep-sea monsters set off huge waves that were dozens of meters high. It was like a city wall that slammed in all directions. Soren's move to retreat was undoubtedly correct. Some of the sharkmen were swept up by the huge waves, and even the tiger sharks flew hundreds of meters into the air. Don't think that you'll be fine after falling into the water. When these sharkmen fell into the sea, they had to endure a very difficult constitution test. Otherwise, they would have fainted when they hit the sea. A huge black shadow collided head-on. Both deep-sea monsters entered the bottom of the sea, and a wave of blood spread out. There was the blood of the son of Dagon and the deep-sea Hydra. Pieces of torn flesh spread in the sea, and huge waves surged in all directions. There were sharkmen and tiger sharks that were too close. Before they could escape, their bodies began to rot and be poisoned because of contact with the blood of the 2 deep-sea monsters. Soon, there were a few unlucky guys who died in the spreading blood. If one's strength was not at a certain level, even getting close to their fighting range was suicide, and sometimes they would die without knowing why. Test of death by poison. Stop it. The Naga Siren priest seemed to be feeling something with her eyes closed. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and said in a sharp voice, "There! Fire! Sink it! Great whirlpool! Divine blessing!" A burst of strange sea language sounded, and the Naga Siren priest quickly chanted a spell. Then the sea in front of her suddenly began to rotate, forming a rather huge whirlpool that shrouded the nearby ships. The suction of the whirlpool made the ships unable to leave. Obviously, several high-grade figures flew out of it, abandoned the ship that was gradually being sucked into the whirlpool, and retreated to another position. This whirlpool had a very strong suction force. Even the dead man's voice was sucked into it, and little by little, it approached the center of the whirlpool. Fire! Fire! Soren did not have much fear in his eyes. He just lowered his voice and attacked. This was obviously a special magic of the sea goddess. It was useless for other ships to sink to the bottom of the sea, but for the ghost ship, it could come up again. Boom! The cannons of the dead man's voice began to attack. The boomerang on the side of the hull broke the mast of the other ship, and the other shot made a big hole in the cabin. Then many pirates could be seen jumping off the ship. Because the hull gradually cracked, the speed of decomposition under the suction of the whirlpool was getting faster and faster. The chances of them dying on the ship were higher. Plop! The Naga Siren priest actually jumped into the bottom of the sea, as if there was something very important on the ship. Although Soren wanted to harvest the heads of the pirates, he was more curious about what the Naga Siren priest cared so much about. So he also quietly jumped into the sea. Anyway, the battle was almost over. Those who had the ability to escape, such as the Storm Priest and the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, had already left. The spellcasters had already run away when the son of Dagon appeared. Now, only some of the more bitter close combat professions were left. The battle to determine the ownership of the wealth was between the son of Dagon and the deep-sea Hydra. They were now just bystanders. Soren was very calm. Since he came to this world, this was not the first time he had been a bystander. If his strength had not improved fast enough, he would not even be qualified to be a bystander. It was strange. The suction of the whirlpool on the surface of the sea was very strong, but the bottom of the sea was much calmer. It was just rotating at a relatively slow speed. Maybe it was because this was not a natural whirlpool, but a divine spell given by the sea goddess. Soren saw the figure of the Naga Siren priest swimming towards the wreckage of the ship. He seemed to feel something and swam in that direction, but he was tens of meters to the south. There was a force attracting him, as if it made him feel a thirst like hunger. Found it. Soren opened a box that was thrown far away by the whirlpool. There was a golden light in it. It was a golden sculpture as thick as a thigh. It seemed to be the bone of some kind of creature. No, this is not a golden sculpture. This is a bone. Soren looked at the strange golden bone in front of him. It looked like a toe bone, but what kind of creature could have a toe bone as thick as a thigh? When he reached out and touched the golden bone, a row of data suddenly appeared. Unknown divinity residue found. Activate divinity devouring ability. Divinity transfer. You have gained 1 divinity point. You have gained 1 divinity point. You have gained 1 divinity point. Chapter 208. What is this thing? The data in front of Soren's eyes jumped 3 times in a row, and he got 3 divinity points in one breath. As the data in front of him jumped, the light on the golden bone dimmed a little, and in the end, it was basically no different from ordinary gold. Soren didn't recognize this thing at all. He had never even seen it before, but it must be something related to the gods since it could give him divinity points. It could give him 3 divinity points at once, which was almost equivalent to a son of fear. This thing was definitely not small. Is it the corpse of a god from the astral world? Soren reached out and touched it, murmuring, "It seems that the corpse of a god from the astral world is not like this." A toe bone can give 3 divinity points. How many divinity points would this thing have if it was a complete human skeleton? Greed. A trace of greed inexplicably appeared in Soren's heart. Although the divinity on it had been absorbed by him, he could still feel that there was another power on the golden bone, which was a power that he could not understand or absorb now. However, Soren was sure that this power was very powerful, and it almost involved the field of rules. This was definitely a terrible power that belonged to the gods. Soren tried to put it into the multi-dimensional bag, but something unexpected happened. The golden bone in front of him could not be put in at all. The multi-dimensional bag could not accommodate this kind of material. This situation was very rare because the multi-dimensional space could almost accommodate most things. The objects that could not be accommodated by the multi-dimensional space seemed to be some very special existence. The golden bone in front of him should be one of those special substances. Soren tried 3 times in a row, but neither the multi-dimensional bag nor the Battlemaster gloves could accommodate this golden bone. It seemed that the multi-dimensional space was isolated by this golden bone, and it could not be put into the multi-dimensional space at all. Gulp! There was a slight noise around, and then the cold face of the Naga Siren priest appeared nearby. She clenched her spear and scepter in her hand, looked at Soren with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Human, give it to me. This is a sacrifice to the sea goddess." The other party's attitude was very cold. It seemed that if Soren did not give it to her, she would directly attack him. A hint of hesitation appeared on Soren's face. Then he slowly withdrew his finger, stepped back a little, and said, "I was just about to give it to His Excellency High Priest." The Naga Siren priest smiled with satisfaction, then quickly came to the golden bone. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the golden bone. Then her face became livid, and she said, "Those damn storm followers. They had actually stolen a portion of the power from above." But fortunately, the sacrifices needed by the goddess of ocean were still above. These damn guys must pay the price. The other party was very powerful. As a high-ranking priestess of the goddess of ocean, she naturally had the power to perceive divinity. There were also many priests with divinity, mainly concentrated on the chosen and saints. Some of the chosen and favored who were in preparation could also be bestowed with 1 or 2 points of divinity by the gods. The Naga Siren priest in front of him probably had a little bit of divinity on her, so she could summon the whirlpool. When she touched it, she found that the divinity on it had disappeared, leaving only another special power. The Naga Siren priest did not expect that it was absorbed by Soren, so she thought that the followers of the Storm Lord had taken some of the power from above. It seemed that someone was the scapegoat. Soren's heart was inexplicably relieved. No one would have thought that he could absorb divinity so quickly. The Naga Siren priest seemed to want to put the golden bone into the dimensional space, but she soon found that it was impossible, so she could only hold the golden bone upstream. The two soon returned to the ghost ship. The whirlpool on the sea had disappeared. In fact, it did not last long. There were many dead and unconscious pirates nearby. The powerful professions were still alive in such a shipwreck. Soren did not have the slightest mercy. He directly controlled the rope and began to harvest the heads and corpses. There was not only kindler on the corpses, but also 1 or 2 rare items. There was no doubt that rare items were naturally rare, and Soren did not have many rare items on him. However, Soren actually found 3 to 5 rare items from the corpses of these pirates. Most of them were found from enemies above grade 3, and pirates with a profession level of 10 or below did not seem to have anything good. Unfortunately, the level of these rare items was not high. All of them were rare grade 1 weapons, including rapiers, curved swords, and strange daggers. The best rare item was the Ring of Haste. Item type: Ring of Haste. Item grade: Rare, grade 3. Item description: This is a rare ring enhanced by alchemy. It is enchanted with special materials and contains the power of the wind element. After activating the power of this ring, the user can obtain the effect of the level 3 spell, Haste, which increases the speed of movement and attack for 10 minutes. Requirements: None. Effect: Haste once a day. This equipment was not very powerful. However, it also had an advantage. It did not need to be recharged, and it would automatically restore the effect of the spell once a day. If it could only provide a single spell, and the casting time was too short, this equipment should have reached the legendary level. There should be a lot of equipment under the sea, but it was very difficult to salvage them. At the beginning, the huge waves had washed away many corpses. The real top professions had basically escaped successfully, and most of the ones who died were the weaker ones. Set sail. After the Naga Siren priest returned to the ghost ship, she immediately said in a deep voice, "Return to the sea temple." This order made Soren stunned. The deep-sea hydra over there seemed to be still fighting with the son of Dagon. The recovery ability of the 2 deep-sea monsters was amazing, and it was possible to fight for a day and a night. But now that they had left, it seemed a little strange. Could it be that in the eyes of a Naga Siren priest, this golden bone was more important than hundreds of thousands of kindler? Sure enough, she did not tell him the truth at the beginning. It was not only the wealth that attracted her to fight for it. As if noticing Soren's expression, the Naga Siren priest glanced at him and slowly said, "The son of Dagon will not be defeated so quickly. The sacrifice to the sea goddess cannot have any accidents. Human, your performance today is very good, and the sea goddess will give you the reward you deserve. Now, our most important thing is to escort the sacrifice back." After that, she used some kind of spell and directly took over the command of the ghost ship. Then the Naga Siren priest issued some kind of summons, and the nearby sharkmen began to escort the ghost ship. They moved towards the location of the sea temple. The battle in the distance was still going on. The polluted sea water poisoned a large number of marine creatures, and even the seaweed gradually withered. The deep-sea hydra was also a disaster in the sea. Soren was silent. He did not ask much. Anyway, the purpose of his trip was to repay the sea temple for the greater restoration. It was also a good thing that he did not have to continue to fight. But he faintly felt that he seemed to be involved in something, and the sea goddess seemed to be planning something. Looking at their big battle today, it was impossible to not have the support of the gods behind them. Even a high-grade sea priest could not easily mobilize the deep-sea hydra. Only the gods could control such a terrible monster. Only the sea goddess could enslave such a terrible deep-sea monster. Soren began to calculate the slaughter EXP he had received. Along the way, he picked up a lot of heads and added up to more than 30,000 slaughter EXP. This was still before he cut into the battlefield. If he could kill a quasi-legendary profession, he would get more slaughter EXP. Of course, the possibility of death would be higher. At the very least, when they returned, the Naga guards were almost completely annihilated, and a large number of sharkmen had also died. Almost 80% of the sharkmen above the high level had died, which meant that many sharkmen who came later had survived. The ghost ship gradually moved away from the battlefield. The Naga Siren priest seemed to be a little wary of Soren. She said something to the nearby sharkmen in the sea language, and then the sharkmen began to return. At the same time, some of them went to the Naga Siren kingdom. It seemed that they did not intend to give up those treasures. Soren's expression was very calm. He also picked up some gold and gems. In his heart, he did not expect to be able to swallow such a big treasure, because only those with strength were qualified to compete for these things. A day passed quickly. Soren stood up when an island appeared in front of him. He glanced at the Naga Siren priest next to him, bowed slightly, and said, "Can you stop here? I need to pick up someone." The Naga Siren priest frowned and said in a deep voice, "Pick up who?" Sauron hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'm here to pick up a woman, my spoils of war." The priest's face suddenly became a little playful. She looked up and down at Soren and also looked at his lower body. After frowning for a moment, she said, "Okay, come back quickly. I won't wait for you here for too long." Soren nodded. It was not until Soren's figure left that the Naga Siren priest showed an inexplicable smile and murmured, "A woman? Sure enough, human males like to mate the most. Maybe I can try to win him over from other places." A near-legendary rogue has a lot of uses. Soren's figure gradually approached the coast. He glanced at the empty beach and could not help but show a trace of disappointment on his face. The female pirate was not waiting for him here. But when he was about to leave, there was suddenly some noise in front of him. Then Adele, with long red hair, appeared in front of Soren. There was a stubborn expression on her face as she walked towards him step by step. Soren finally showed a smile. Chapter 209. Outside the Sea Temple, Soren stood in front of the temple and waited silently. He arranged for Adele Isabel to go to the tavern. The next plan needed some help. Otherwise, the two of them couldn't even sail the ship. After the Naga Siren priest came back, she entered the temple. Even the temple guards were ordered to stay outside. No one knew what she was doing on the ground. Soren was naturally not qualified to go in. He didn't want to know too much about the secrets of the sea goddess. The more he knew, the deeper he would be involved. That was how the silencing happened. As time went by, the divine power gathered around the sea temple suddenly vibrated. It was a very obvious feeling of vibration. The divine power around the temple surged like a tide. In this world, the believers provided the gods with the power of faith, and then the gods transformed the power of faith into divine power. This divine power was not all controlled by the gods. It also needed to be fed back to the believers. Most of it would stay in the temple. Therefore, any temple with a priest would have a divine aura. Otherwise, it would be an abandoned temple. The divine power would gradually decrease and dissipate. If the presiding priest was replaced, or the strength of the priest was very low, or the number of believers decreased, the divine power above would decrease little by little. Finally, the divine aura above the temple would be reduced by 1 or 2 levels. Upgrading the level of the temple not only required a large enough scale, but also a corresponding number of believers and influence in the surrounding area. There were a large number of temples scattered in this world, but more than 90% of them were at the level of temples. There were not many that could reach the level of a temple. Most of them were inside the city. The number of big temples was even fewer. Such a big temple was equivalent to half a wizard tower. After activating the divine power protection, there was no way to destroy it. Amber City was a typical example. If it weren't for the strong deterrence of the temple, the struggle between the gods would be even more intense. This was because many evil gods couldn't wait to kill the believers of the enemy gods at any time. If the temple in front of them was attacked head-on, it would be impossible to take it down without a regular legion. Even if it was taken down, the casualties would be more than 50%. The divine power began to gradually converge. It seemed that some unpredictable changes had occurred in the sea temple. Soren couldn't understand this change because he knew very little about divine power and magic. He didn't have enough knowledge to judge it. But he could feel the change, and he even noticed that the change was spreading toward the underground seawater below the sea temple. It was as if an invisible energy wave had enveloped the entire Port Tylon. Soren wasn't the only one who felt this change. All the guards in front of the shrine knelt on the ground and started praying. The other believers in Port Tylon also began to pray. The invisible wave of prayers turned into a powerful force of faith, causing the sea temple to emit an invisible but dazzling brilliance. This process lasted for quite some time. It also attracted the attention of many forces. The temple's power seemed to be gathering, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. If the sea temple became a great temple, the sea goddess avatar would appear. This was a process of God's blessing. Every temple would appear when it was upgraded. At the beginning, the temple would be blessed with God's consciousness. Then, the upgraded temple would be blessed with God's power. The most iconic of these temples was the statue of God. The statue of God would have the God's consciousness imprinted on it. When the believers prayed, the God would be able to sense them. There should be no avatar now. The gods were all busy resisting the energy storm. But the sea temple in front of them had indeed been upgraded. It was estimated that it had become one of the few great temples in the coastal area. Many believers of the sea goddess began to gather here. The figure of the Naga Siren priest slowly walked out. Soren didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the Naga Siren priest in front of him had a divine aura. This aura was a bit like the chosen of the sea goddess, but there was still a big gap. It seemed that after she offered the sacrifice, she was rewarded by the gods. The gifts of the gods to the believers were a very important part of the consolidation of faith. The priest stood on the high platform in front of the temple, looking at the believers gathered in front of her. Then she turned her eyes to Soren and said slowly, "Human, come in with me." Soren bowed slightly and walked into the temple. "You have done well." The Naga Siren priest stood in front of the statue, holding the scepter representing the sea priest in her hand. She said in a strange and solemn tone, "You have punished those who have betrayed their faith. You have used blood and death to tell them the price of disobeying the goddess. You have also proved your loyalty. You have offered the sacrifice that the goddess wants. You should be rewarded." The Naga Siren priest slowly walked in front of Soren, then raised her palm and said, "Kneel." Soren's expression did not show any hesitation. He just hesitated in his heart, and then he knelt on one knee in front of the statue of the sea goddess. He had actually experienced this step several times because this was the real blessing ceremony of the gods. To get the blessing of the gods, you must first express your humility and respect and prove your value. Then you can get the blessing of the gods. The gods were not noble almsgivers. The blessing of the misfortune goddess was an accident. The mysterious woman looked as unpredictable as the misfortune goddess. The priests of the goddess of misfortune and the goddess of good fortune were both capricious and capricious. "Very good." The Naga Siren priest reached out and pressed on Soren's forehead. She said in a low voice, "Human, you have proven your value. You have used your strength and credibility to maintain the dignity and interests of the sea goddess. This is an admirable act, so you are qualified to get the blessing of the sea goddess." The scepter was gently placed on Soren's shoulder. Then the Naga Siren priest leaned over and kissed Soren's forehead. She said in a strange sea language, "I bless you on behalf of the sea goddess. You will not be attacked by the sea monsters in the sea. You will be blessed by the sea goddess. The sea is your home. The waves and storms will stay away from you and your servants. You will become the sea goddess's favorite. You can use the power of the goddess to control the creatures in the sea." Divine power began to gather. The light of blessing appeared, and Soren's body seemed to be shrouded in a blue light. Vaguely, the statue of the sea goddess seemed to open her eyes. A line of sight fell on Soren's body, and then gradually disappeared. This was the power of the gods. From now on, Soren would become the sea goddess's favorite and the blessed one. As long as he did not actively attack the sea creatures, most of the sea creatures, including the Naga sirens, the sharkmen, the pirates, and so on, would not take the initiative to attack Soren and his companions. And he could also communicate and trade with these sea creatures because the sea goddess had blessed him. His identity was equivalent to the priest of the sea temple. This was a reward that was difficult to refuse, especially when Soren was preparing to develop in the Outer Islands. The light of the divine power gradually dissipated. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes, and he had an additional background ability. Gift of the Sea Goddess, special ability. You have received the gift of the Sea Goddess through your own actions. From now on, you will greatly reduce your chances of encountering danger in the sea. Whether it is storms, waves, whirlpools, or all kinds of fierce and dangerous sea creatures, they will not easily take the initiative to attack you because of the blessing of the Sea Goddess. You or your fleet will be blessed by the Sea Goddess when sailing in the sea. You will have the opportunity to communicate and trade with other creatures that believe in the Sea Goddess. From now on, most of the sea creatures, including the sea monsters, will see you as neutral. And you have received a spell-like ability under the blessing of the Sea Goddess, which can be used to control other creatures in the sea. This was the most basic blessing. The blessing of the Sea Goddess did not increase the attributes by much, but it was equivalent to having an extra amulet in the sea. Moreover, it could also reward an additional spell-like ability. Dominate sea creatures' spell-like ability. You have the blessing of the goddess of the sea. You are the one who is favored by her, which allows you to mobilize a special power. You will be able to control most marine creatures. The effect of this type of spell is similar to seduction of marine creatures. The level of controlling normal marine creatures cannot exceed your profession level, and the level of controlling marine monsters cannot exceed half of your profession level. The difficulty of this spell is related to your charisma. Once per day, this was a special spell-like ability. It was equivalent to the unorthodox charm sea creatures, but the effect of the spell was stronger than the Sharkman's charm. It had a difficulty test, which was determined by charm. The level of ordinary sea creatures you can control cannot exceed Soren's level, and the level of special sea monsters you can control cannot exceed half of Soren's level. This was the power of the Sea Goddess. This was because charm sea creatures could not control sea monsters. At most, it could control the level of sharks, whales, and giant octopuses. The blessing ceremony was completed. The Naga Siren priest looked at Soren meaningfully and said slowly, "Human, keep the awe of the Sea Goddess in your heart. She will not be stingy with the rewards she gives you. When you decide to give your faith to the Sea Goddess, she will give you more gifts." This was a blatant attempt to rope in. The main believers of the Sea Goddess were concentrated in sea creatures and coastal areas. The value of a quasi-legendary rogue was still amazing. After all, rogues were proficient in more means than other professions. Soren leaned over slightly and kissed the back of the priest's hand to express his humility. Because she represented the Sea Goddess at this moment, he said, "I revere the power of the Sea Goddess and thank her for her generosity. When the Sea Goddess needs me, I am willing to give my strength to her." This was not the language of delivering faith. It was a bit like a guest. It was more like a relationship of employment and employment. Many temples had such members. There was a slight dissatisfaction on the priest's face, and then it turned into a smile. She slowly said, "Very good. I hope you remember today's vow. When the Sea Goddess needs you, you will give your strength to the Sea Goddess. Otherwise, the Sea Goddess will take back her gift." The blessings of the gods were not so easy to get. Soren had known this for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have lost the blessing of the Queen of Spiders. However, since he could get it now, he naturally had to make good use of it. No one knew what would happen in the future. If something really happened, at most, he would not admit it. The age of turmoil was coming. He did not believe that the Sea Goddess would be bored enough to kill him over such a trivial matter. As for ordinary tasks, Soren would not be too resistant. Anyway, If he wanted to develop overseas, he could not do without the help of the church. With the sea temple behind him, even if he had to fight with the storm church, it would not be a problem. After all, the sea goddess was also a great divine power. Soren had her support. It was equivalent to directly entering the inner circle of all sea creatures. He did not even need special reputation recognition tasks. He could coexist peacefully with these sea creatures. When necessary, he could trade with them to make money. The most important thing in this world was still power. If he did not have the strength of a quasi-legendary, the Naga Siren priest would not have spent so much money to win him over. Now, the most important thing was to take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate more strength. Chapter 210. When Soren came out of the sea temple, the other people's attitude towards him was completely different. The temple guards who used to ignore him were now bowing slightly to him to show respect. These were warriors who served the gods. Their task was to guard the sea temple. Unless there was any special situation, only the Naga Siren priest could mobilize them. These were the formal armed forces of the temple. Sometimes they would replace local laws and act according to the rules of the temple. Soren was now labeled as a member of the sea temple. Anyone who wanted to deal with him had to consider the power of the sea goddess, but power also meant obligation. When necessary, Soren needed to serve the sea temple again. The sea goddess would not give him such a big gift for no reason. Soren did not have so many concerns. The sea goddess was different from other gods. She did not have so many enemies. In the sea, she was close to being the dominant one. Only the Storm Lord had some friction with her. As for other gods, unless they were involved in the sea, they would have an obvious hostile relationship with her. Otherwise, most of them were neutral. The sea goddess' biggest enemy was in the abyss, unlike other gods who had many enemies in the material plane. This was also one of the reasons why Soren accepted it after consideration. At least he would not have a bunch of enemies just because he accepted the blessing of this god. One must know that the favored ones were very popular with hostile believers. They were happy to kill the favored ones of the hostile gods. This could be exchanged for a high-level sacrificial ceremony. Soren went to see Vivian. The little girl was still asleep, but when she felt Soren's arrival, she relaxed a lot. Her consciousness could perceive the outside world, but she could not wake up for the time being. Soren sat by the bed and stroked Vivian's hair. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. Then he began to prepare a lot of things. Now that he got the blessing of the sea goddess, he could speed up the pace of his plan. But the most important things now were two. The first was to absorb divinity to strengthen his own power and get a little more divinity as soon as possible to improve his attributes. The second point was to support Adele to become the leader of the pirates near Shipwreck Bay and use her power to build a fleet and get the background ability Slaughterer. At this time, he had the ability to try to devour the divinity of fear, and Vivian might be able to wake up. Night fell. Soren put away the complicated magic scroll and stretched his neck. Then, he took off his clothes and pulled Vivian into his arms. The little girl's breathing seemed to be more relaxed. Soren smiled and kissed her lovely cheek, murmuring, "You'll be able to wake up soon. It won't take long. When we have our own forces, we can invade the outer islands." At that time, you can also rely on the power of the elemental spirit to strengthen your divinity. This way, no matter how much divine power of fear there is, you won't be affected by the will of the Dreadlord. Outer Islands. Population, wealth, power. Here, he and Vivian could get a source of divinity, and it was even possible to cultivate the first batch of believers. If Soren's plan was successful, he could provide Vivian with a better foundation. At that time, even if she had to fight against the demigod vampire, Vivian would have no problem. Whether it was the son of fear or the Abyss Lord, no one could stop the rise of Vivian. The path of the gods. Vivian was undoubtedly more talented than him. She had more room to grow than Soren. After all, Soren needed to climb up step by step from a mortal. The sky had just brightened. Soren's figure appeared near the port. In front of him was the serious-looking Adele Isabel, and the sailors and pirates she recruited last night. As the daughter of the former pirate leader, she naturally had her own channels. It was undoubtedly easy to recruit some people. After all, she was familiar with the channels since she was a child. Port Tylon also had a sufficient source of manpower. However, the people she recruited could only serve as sailors in Soren's view, because most of them were ordinary people, or rather, strong ordinary people. Some of them were missing arms and legs. Soren did not have any expectations for the people he recruited overnight. He just looked at them coldly and then said, "Let's go. We don't have much time." If he wanted to rise in a short period of time, he naturally needed to rely on the power of the Sea Temple. Although Soren could not continue to control the dead man's voice, he borrowed a warship from the Sea Temple. His first step was to get the ship back, and then directly attack the other pirates in Shipwreck Bay, using the simplest and most violent way to quickly improve his strength. These sailors in front of him would soon be eliminated. Soren was very clear about what kind of things pirates were. These guys were all wretched bones. They were the typical type of people who could be bullied but not bullied. As long as your fist was big enough, they would know what was called reverence and humility. As for those who were disobedient, Soren would never be soft-hearted when harvesting their heads. Half a day passed quickly. The people recruited by Adele immediately came into use. Seeing another pirate ship undoubtedly made these guys, who were muddling along at the bottom, a little excited. Some familiar people even whispered to each other. One night, Adele had no way to establish authority in the eyes of these people. Captain, a fierce-looking pirate who was missing 3 fingers, glanced at Adele's full breasts with a rather obscene gaze, and then laughed mischievously. "Now we have 2 ships. What should we do next? Should we rob some fat sheep that are easy to deal with?" This was an old pirate. He had been around for a long time, so he had established a little prestige. It seemed that there were still his helpers here. When he spoke, many others began to respond, as if he was the captain. This guy was obviously a little proud, and he looked at Soren provocatively. It seemed that Adele didn't say much when she recruited them. This made Soren more satisfied. He didn't need these trash pirates to know who he was, as long as they respected him. Adele's face was a little ugly, and her gorgeous face showed a trace of anger. She pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword and said in a deep voice, "We're going to Snake Island." The captain had the dignity of a captain. This dignity didn't necessarily require mercy, but it certainly required awe. She hadn't been able to make the pirates in front of her understand awe. "What?" The fierce-looking pirate's face changed dramatically, and he said in an incredulous tone, "Are you crazy? That's Narwhal's territory. We'll be eaten up in the blink of an eye. Hee, maybe you'll be caught by them. TSK, TSK. Captain, I know you want to restore the glory of the Tigersark, but you'd better consider your own strength. When we have enough wealth and manpower, we'll consider annexing other pirates." The other party's tone became unfriendly, and there didn't seem to be much respect. The other sailors and pirates on the ship also seemed to have ugly expressions. As old foxes, they naturally knew what kind of place Snake Island was. With their mediocre strength, going there was simply suicide. Soon, there were people who began to make noise. More than 70% of the pirates were questioning Adele's orders, and only a few people looked on coldly. Among them, a young man who seemed to be half-elven looked deeply at Soren, and seemed to find that Soren's strength was the most powerful. He was the real leader. Adele's expression became cold, and she pulled out her weapon, as if she was ready to use blood to maintain her prestige as a captain. However, Soren was faster than her. Soren gently raised his finger, and several arcane missiles appeared at his fingertips. Then he saw the fierce pirate in front of him fly out, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. To deal with this kind of trash, he could kill him with one arcane missile. Wizard, wizard. On the pirate ship, there were sounds of cold air being sucked in, and the deterrence of a spellcaster was revealed in an instant. Even Adele's beautiful face was full of shock, because when Soren subdued her, he didn't use any spells. Only now did she know that Soren was actually a wizard. She had always thought that Soren's invisibility was due to the use of a magic scroll or some special tool. She never thought that he was also a wizard, and it seemed that his profession level wasn't low either. Thud, thud, thud. Soren was wearing a dark red cloak, and the others couldn't see his appearance clearly. However, this didn't affect his deterrence at all, and there was also an unknown fear in their hearts. He swept his gaze over the people in front of him, and there seemed to be great fear in his eyes. It actually made many people tremble slightly, and some even took a step back in fright. His expression was cold and dignified, and he directly walked in front of the fierce pirate who was still breathing, and then stomped on his head. Red and white splattered everywhere, and the strength of this stomp shook the deck, and traces of cracks appeared on it. Soren stopped. He frowned as he looked at the blood and brain matter on his shoes. Then, he coldly glanced at the others. Finally, his eyes fell on the silent young half-elf. He slowly said, "From now on, you're the first mate of this ship." There wasn't too much nonsense. Soren frowned and looked at the group of trash in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "I will cut off the head of the narwhal and plunder the wealth of Snake Island. Those who follow me will be rewarded, and the others can go to hell. Set sail. Set sail. Anyone who doesn't listen to orders will end up like him." Soren wasn't in the mood to waste too much time and energy on these trash, and if they didn't listen to orders, he would just kill them all. After all, their role was just to set sail. Chapter 211. Recover Energy. Update at the end of the month. Looking for recommendation tickets. Soren returned to the cabin. He was not interested in wasting too much time on these pirates, because they were only part of the plan. The real backbone of Soren's strength could not be these pirates who had become old foxes. Just as good soldiers could not become veterans, these guys had long been used to sailing according to the wind and were basically unreliable at critical moments. Soren frowned and picked up a cloth to wipe off the blood and brains on his boots, then turned to look at Adele, who was his assistant in controlling these pirates. If she couldn't do this well, he was afraid that he would have to change her in the future. A row of data appeared in front of him. See Battle of the Betrayers Civil Rumor. In the middle of November 1675 of the New Moon era, the Betrayer Chamber of Commerce plundered a large amount of gold from the indigenous people, so it attracted the competition of various forces. You helped the Sea Temple to take away important sacrifices. In this battle, you encountered the son of Dagon, the deep-sea Hydra, the Storm Lord, and other legendary creatures. The legend of the ghost ship, as a small number of survivors began to spread in the coastal area. The legend of the throat cutter also seemed to be connected to you. Legend level +3. Legend level actually appeared only now? Was it because the survivors of the legendary sea battle only now spread the news, or because the son of Dagon and the deep-sea Hydra had been fighting until now? Soren felt that it could be both. But since there was a rumor, the sea battle should be over. It seemed that the Sea Temple did get a lot of benefits, but he didn't know if they killed the son of Dagon. Soren felt that this possibility was not high, because it was too difficult to kill a giant sea creature. Some things were completely out of his ability. Soren was not interested in interfering too much. His main energy was now focused on dealing with the pirates. Famous pirates had accumulated a lot of wealth, and they basically had warships. There was a saying in the past that it was enough to kill a group of pirates to trade with the sea. This sentence had been spread in the tavern for a long time. Soren's first fortune would naturally come from these pirates. Basically, any pirate with a reputation would have a large ship that could cross the sea. Snake Island was an island surrounded by a group of snakes. It was originally a barren island, but it gradually developed due to the occupation of pirates. The pirates had built a stronghold here, and at the same time, it was their base camp and transit station. They were also involved in the smuggling trade. There had been many different owners here. The current pirate leader was Narwhal, a fierce and powerful guy. This guy had hundreds of people under his command, and he owned a warship as well as several fast boats. He was one of the fat sheep in this area. Kill him. Soren had the capital to build a fleet, and, at the same time, he had the financial resources to conduct trade. The two pirate ships gradually moved towards Snake Island. Because there were no flags, they looked similar to merchant ships. Soren was resting in the cabin. After about half a day, he suddenly felt the hull of the ship shake, and then heard a loud roar from outside. Pirates! Enemy! Prepare for battle! You bunch of trash! Get ready for battle! Soren suddenly opened his eyes, and then came to the deck at an amazing speed. Adele was already standing at the bow of the ship, and next to her was the young half-elf who had just been promoted. The one who roared was also this young man, and it seemed that he had quickly adapted to his new identity. The pirates on the deck were a little flustered. These guys were all incompetent sailors, and the real experts had long been recruited by others. Including the guy that Soren had killed at the beginning, he was only about the strength of the second grade. "It's Narwhal," a middle-aged pirate with only one ear shouted, and his voice was a little frightened. "It's Narwhal's warship. He knew that we were going to deal with him, so he came to deal with us in advance." Soren heard this and frowned. He glanced at Adele next to him, and after noticing the other's shocked expression, he said coldly, "Shut up. They just happened to come and rob us." This was Narwhal's territory. His pirate ship owner was active nearby, robbing fleets on long voyages, and sometimes he would collect tolls. It seemed that they just happened to meet each other. "They actually came to us." Soren narrowed his eyes slightly, jumped lightly, and landed on the mast, and then looked at the pirate ship that was gradually approaching in the distance. There was a unicorn symbol on it. Only one warship appeared, and the others were fast ships that could only sail near shallow waters. There were a lot of people, dozens of people on the warship, and 40 or 50 people below, holding hooks and ropes in their hands. These were all prepared for battle. The pirates shouted excitedly, and seemed to have regarded Soren in front of them as a fat sheep. "Whale! Whale!" someone shouted, and then the others were quiet for a moment. Then they heard the sound of someone even throwing away their weapons, and said with a crying voice, "It's Narwhal. He came in person. We give up resistance. Maybe he will let us go, or everyone will be nailed to death by him." Bang! Soren frowned and glanced at the frightened guy, raised his hand and gently pointed, and sent out an arcane missile. A corpse fell to the ground, just like that. There was a huge shadow under the sea, and it looked like it was close to 20 meters long. It was a kind of whale that Soren could not recognize. It looked a bit like a killer whale, but its breath was much fiercer, but it was not a sea monster. There was a huge sea creature in front of him. It may have grown to its current size for some reason. "Fly!" Soren directly cast a spell, then glanced at Adele next to him and said in a deep voice, "Shut them up and get ready to fight." These guys were definitely unreliable, but at least they could not let the enemy take the warship directly. This group of trash had to resist and buy enough time for Soren. Adele nodded slightly and said, "Pick up your weapons. You bunch of trash. Get ready to fight. Cowards and softies. Hurry up and pick up your weapons, or I'll cut off your heads." This woman had a fiery temper. Although Soren had subdued her, in the eyes of others, she had a fiery temper, because she was also an Amazon woman. Soren's figure rose into the air, and at the same time, he cast invisibility on himself. For the time being, he could not use greater invisibility because the real battle had not yet begun. His figure flew directly, and then gradually approached the huge shadow under the sea. As the distance closed little by little, Soren's expression gradually became serious. When he could clearly see the huge whale in front of him, a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Dominate sea creature." For a moment, he felt dizzy. Soren seemed to feel a kind of resistance, but this resistance was nothing at all. He controlled the consciousness of the creature in front of him. Domination was successful. Soren's mouth showed a cruel smile. His figure appeared because of the spell-like ability. Many pirates were shocked and afraid of him in the air. In the distance, there was the sound of the wizard inhaling. But what made them even more afraid was that the huge shadow in the sea began to rise, and then directly emerged on the surface of the water. Soren fell from the air, and then stood on the head of the whale. How is this possible? A large group of pirates widened their eyes, and they were almost dumbfounded. On the deck of the warship, a pirate with a fierce face was also full of disbelief. He murmured, "How is it possible? How can he control my pet?" Soren glanced at the enemy in the distance. Then he gently snapped his fingers, and the huge whale under his feet began to turn around, and then turned around and rushed to Narwhal's clipper ship. "I like this feeling." Soren had a smile on his face, and his hair that had not been cut for a long time was dancing in the wind. The huge whale began to accelerate and directly hit the clipper ships that were more than 10 meters long. The huge whale approached like a shadow, and in an instant, the nearest clipper ship was overturned, and then there was the sound of splashing water, and some pirates died directly. "Run! Jump off the ship!" No one knew who shouted, but the fastest pirates all jumped into the sea. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning of the nightmare. Soren's figure disappeared again, and at the same time, he flew directly. The huge killer whale crushed all the way and then dived into the sea. After overturning a large number of clipper ships in succession, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the unlucky pirates who jumped into the sea one by one. This was the sea. It was simply a dream to kill the killer whale in the sea with their strength. Charge! Kill them all! Kill Narwhal! On the distant warship, there was a burst of excited howls. This group of trash was absolutely not capable of fighting a head-on battle, but if they were allowed to beat a drowning dog, these guys would definitely be more energetic than the other. After Soren dominated the killer whale, he directly reversed the situation. Even an idiot could see that the wizard's strength was unfathomable. "Get ready to fight." Adele raised her long sword, and her fiery red long hair fluttered in the wind. She looked gorgeous and full of heroism. She shouted, "All the spoils of war on the enemy are yours. Whoever dares to take half a step back, I will kill him." Another wave of howls rang out. It seemed that she also knew what could inspire the fighting spirit of this group of old foxes. Chapter 2:12. Killer whales were the overlords of the sea creatures. Their food even included great white sharks. Except for those mutated sea monsters, there were not many sea creatures that could threaten their existence. In the sea, even sharkmen and nagas would not easily provoke killer whales. Although they were only grade 2 creatures, their adult size could reach about 10 meters. A small group of killer whales would even prey on sharks and kotal fishmen. They had high animal intelligence. A small group of killer whales dared to fight against a giant octopus, and the one in front of him had no problem fighting a sea monster alone. Soren's figure stopped in the air. The huge killer whale directly overturned most of the clippers, and even the warships were shaken by it. The pirates on the deck attacked it, but the arrows and throwing weapons could only pass through its skin and get stuck in its fat. Large sea creatures were born with a basic HP of 12. Even if all the characteristics were deducted, it still had the HP of a grade 3 barbarian. Soren might have felt that the killer whale in front of him was still useful, so he did not let it directly die in the opponent's attack. The killer whale gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. The seawater reduced the power of the arrows and throwing weapons, and it began to hunt those unlucky people who fell into the sea. There was panic on the deck. However, under the command of Narwhal, the gunners began to get into position. Most of the pirates were involved in alchemy weapons, but the level was only equivalent to around the 19th century. High-end alchemy skills were rarely popular, and the various forces would not allow pirates to have such dangerous weapons, because they could be used to attack cities. Soren's target was Narwhal in front of him. This was a strong warrior, but he seemed to have some special bloodline, and his skin was a bit wrinkled like a fishman. A hybrid human. Pirates were a group of people who liked to try taboos, and Narwhal in front of him had a small amount of marine intelligence. The opponent was quite alert. After Soren's figure disappeared, he looked around vigilantly, and at the same time, he held his weapon tightly. This was a high-grade profession, with a profession level of about 16. Although he had not entered the legendary realm, he was still a very difficult enemy. He had rich combat experience and always looked around, as if he had the experience of dealing with invisible enemies before. Knowledge, creature Kotao fishmen can see through invisibility. The legendary professionals were relatively scattered. Among the pirates, the only ones who had reached the legendary realm were the pirate kings of the major seas. So as long as Soren could kill the narwhal in front of him, these enemies would be defeated. Patter. There was a very slight noise. The sound of Soren landing on the deck was quickly covered by the sound of the pirate's panic. He paid a little attention to the surroundings, and then controlled the killer whale to collide with the pirate ship from the bottom of the sea. The hull immediately shook a little. Then, Soren took advantage of this opportunity to move at high speed and went directly behind the enemy. His scimitar drew a cold light that was invisible to the naked eye and instantly pierced Narwhal's heart. Clang! Soren's figure was slightly exposed. He was wearing ordinary clothes on the outside, but he was wearing thin tungsten steel armor on the inside. Pirates rarely wore heavy armor due to the special battlefield. This was mainly because they needed the ability to jump when fighting on a ship. At the same time, it was very difficult to swim while wearing armor when falling into the sea. This tungsten steel armor seemed to be a rare grade equipment. It belonged to the half-body type of armor, and its defensive ability was almost comparable to a full-body armor. As the pirate leader of Snake Island, Narwhal's equipment seemed to be pretty good. Go to hell! When Soren's figure was slightly exposed, Narwhal roared and found his position in an instant. At the same time, he waved his long sword and slashed horizontally. The sword was like a half-moon. The other party's attack power was fierce. After slightly locking Soren's position, he continued to slash. He did not give him any chance at all. Even if there were other pirates in front of him, Narwhal did not even blink his eyes and directly slashed at them with his sword. The pirates who were blocking the way died with their eyes wide open. They were cut in half by Narwhal on the spot. Blood and intestines gushed out, and at the same time, a little shallow footprints were revealed. You can't escape. Narwhal did not know why a wizard wanted to fight with him in close combat, but he knew that the opportunity to kill him had come. He actually let out a wild roar and suddenly began to spin. Slam! Slash! The target of Narwhal's attack was not only limited to Soren, but also the nearby subordinates were beheaded by him. More and more blood splashed on the deck, and Soren's footprints became more and more obvious as he moved at high speed. Although the effect of his greater invisibility was still there, the blood had exposed his position. It was impossible for him to step on the blood without leaving a trace. Sword form, tidal slash. The continuous attacks forced Soren to have nowhere to hide, and at the same time, it scared the other pirates away. It seemed that they were afraid of dying under their leader's sword. Narwhal seemed to have launched a certain kind of spell ability. He may have taken on a lower profession, or it may be because of the spell-like attack brought by his bloodline. As he slashed with his sword, there was a tide-like surge of energy, which seemed to be the special ability of the Quatones. Dang! Dang! Soren finally had no way to retreat. He suddenly raised his sword to block the enemy's attack. At the same time, a trace of his figure was revealed. Soren silently looked at the enemy in front of him. It seemed that he did not expect that the enemy would use this method to force him to reveal himself. This was really a difficult character to deal with. The huge force from the sword made Soren slide back on the deck. As he stepped on the cabin door panel, his figure gradually became translucent. The effect of greater invisibility had weakened. A wave of crossbow bolts shot over. Soren's skin was covered with a layer of stone skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he suddenly shouted, bent his waist, and bounced his legs to fly 10 meters high. The enemy had surrounded him. The rhythm of the battle seemed to be a little out of control. Soren found that in the case of fighting against dozens of enemies alone, there was still a possibility of accidents. Sure enough, it was still dangerous to fight a group of people alone. However, accidents were still under his control. Soren took a deep breath in midair, and when he opened his eyes, his pupils had turned into a blood-red color. The bones of his whole body made a crackling sound, and almost his whole body expanded. His strong muscles were like marble sculptures. He could still twist his body and swing his sword at a nearby enemy while in the air. Plop! A corpse was cut diagonally from the shoulder to the waist. When the legendary curved sword icing death was retracted, there was a slight frost on the corpse. Slaughter form. Just at the moment when Soren transformed into Slaughter, Vivian in the distance suddenly floated up. She was still sleeping, but a strange tattoo appeared on the side of her face. Her beautiful long hair fluttered in the wind. She was surrounded by a powerful force field. Everything in the whole room was strangely suspended. Her petite body stayed in the air like this, and the corner of her mouth showed a strange smile. Whirlwind Slash. In Slaughter form, Soren's strength was enhanced to 20 points, and dexterity was enhanced to 25 points. At this moment, he was simply a killing machine. Only a cold light could be seen from his curved sword. His translucent figure was covered by a hazy shadow, and he moved at high speed like a shadow. This was an ability that only legendary rogues could have. 25 points of extraordinary dexterity was the legendary dexterity. The Slaughter form provided him with a total of 10 points of attribute bonus, which was equivalent to 20 profession levels of free attribute. 15 seconds. When Soren swung his sword at Narwhal in front of him, there were already 6 corpses behind him. Half of them were beheaded, and the other half were cut in half at the waist. This kind of sword attack really needed to be supported by strength. Dang, dang, dang. Narwhal, who initially forced Soren to retreat, was full of fear. In front of his eyes were all weak sword lights that were difficult to catch with the naked eye. The opponent's strength was not much different from his, but his dexterity completely suppressed him. If it weren't for the extraordinary tungsten steel armor, Narwhal's stomach would have been cut open in the first round of attacks. But now the injuries on his body were increasing rapidly. There were still many places that the armor could not protect. He had already left 5 scars in a row while blocking. A series of data appeared crazily. Launched beheading attack. Beheading successful. Target dead. You have learned something in the battle. You have gained some information about sword form. Beheading. Launched waist slash attack. Waist slash successful. Target dead. You have learned something in the battle. You have gained some information about sword form. Waist slash. Block successful. You have learned something in the battle. You have gained some information about the ability dual-wielding defense. Battle experience. With the repeated battles and killings, you have gradually mastered some of the skills of dual-wielding. When the skills have accumulated to a certain extent, you will understand a new ability. Dang, dang, dang. Soren in the Slaughter form was simply unstoppable. While he was attacking Narwhal at high speed, he was also harvesting the lives of the nearby pirates. In just a moment, there were more than a dozen corpses around him. Narwhal in front of him was covered in blood. Although it was not a fatal wound, because of the armor protection, it still made him accumulate to a state of serious injury. Narwhal gasped violently. His eyes were full of despair and fear because he found that the enemy was a profession close to the legendary realm. He had no hope of winning against such an existence. Sword form, spinning strike. Soren's figure suddenly rushed out and spun around at an amazing speed. It was the move that Adele Isabel used. With the cold light of the curved sword, Narwhal's head flew directly and then fell to the ground with a bang. Soren's eyes were full of killing intent. He kicked the headless body in front of him, then showed a bloodthirsty smile and turned to look at the other pirates. Plop! No one knew who knelt down first, but then the pirates threw away their weapons. Their eyes were full of horror and fear. They trembled under Soren's gaze. One by one, they knelt on the deck and buried their heads deep in the ground. They were afraid. They were afraid. Chapter 2:13. Fear was that simple. Everyone had the desire to survive. If there was no possibility of defeating the enemy, and they lost the hope of escaping. They would be destroyed by fear in just a few minutes. Even soldiers with strong beliefs would surrender in a hopeless war. Soren's strength had already made them fearful. In just a few minutes, he had killed 20 or 30 people. Even their leader, Narwhal, had been killed. Under the pirate ship were wandering killer whales. They jumped into the sea to escape, but in the end, they were just feeding the whales. Fear did not only come from killing, but also from the fear of the unknown. These pirates did not know how strong Soren was, how many tricks he had, and who he was. They knew almost nothing about the existence in front of them. They only knew that when he slaughtered them, they were like ants. The other party was a terrible existence who was used to killing. This kind of person would not even blink when taking lives. If he wanted to, he could even kill everyone on this ship with a smile on his face, as easy as wiping away dust. Charge! Kill them all! Narwhal is already dead. The warships behind gradually approached, and there were also thugs who had been motivated by the reward. Unfortunately, by the time they got close, the battle was basically over. Soren's thin figure stood at the bow of the ship, his whole body shrouded in a dark red cloak. He was gently wiping the blood on his curved sword. In front of him was a large group of enemies who had dropped their weapons and knelt down. This scene shocked the others. Even Adele was in disbelief because it had only taken 10 minutes from the beginning to now. She encouraged the morale of the group of bastards, and then gradually sailed the ship closer, and then the battle here was over. Pick up those guys in the sea. There were still pirates in the sea begging for mercy. Soren did not let the killer whales kill them. Adele began to order the others to throw down the ropes, and she looked at Soren in amazement. This man was stronger than she had imagined. The others came to the ship one after another, and it seemed that one of them was not very clean. Because there were people in front of him, he secretly squatted down and searched the bodies. Then he took out a money bag and was ready to put in his pocket when no one noticed. Solen's face was a little gloomy, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Get out of my way," he suddenly shouted, scaring the others around him. Even Adele couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Soren picked up a short spear and threw it at the sneaky guy. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. That guy was nailed to the deck by the short spear, but because it only pierced through his abdomen, he didn't die immediately. Soren walked over with a cold expression and then took out a money pouch from the man's pocket. He looked at the others with a murderous gaze, causing them to tremble slightly and take a few steps back. Soren then said in a low voice, "All the spoils of war must be collected together, and then after the battle, I will give you the rewards you deserve. There is only one outcome for such sneaky behavior." Soren didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. He didn't even listen to the guy's pleas and cut off his head. Blood spurted out. The decapitated head rolled out, scaring the others into taking a few steps back. Soren then looked down at everyone in front of him and roared, "I don't care who you are. I also don't care what the rules were before. Now that you are my subordinates, you must act according to my rules. I won't be stingy with the rewards you deserve, but if anyone dares to disobey my orders, I will give them an unimaginable punishment." Soren casually threw the money pouch to the half-elf vice-captain, and at the same time said in a low voice, "Let them clean up the battlefield and give them 50% of the spoils of war. In a while, we will attack Snake Island, kill anyone who doesn't dare to fight, and feed them to the fish." The half-elf vice-captain's eyes seemed to have a trace of excitement. He silently nodded, and then began to assign people to clean up the spoils of war. This was a big shot that could truly rise among the pirates of the South Coast. Although he admitted that Adele's strength wasn't weak, her style of doing things wasn't as cold and domineering as this sire in front of him. He could even feel that this sire in front of him didn't just want these little things. He might become an existence like a pirate king, or even surpass the 3 legendary pirate kings. "Submit to me. Be loyal to me." Soren walked in front of a bearded pirate kneeling on the deck, and said in a cold voice, "Serve me, and I will give you the rewards you deserve." Hesitation, silence, and fear. The bearded pirate kneeling in front of Soren seemed to hesitate for a moment. Although he had surrendered and given up resistance, He didn't think that he would surrender to the enemy so soon. Pirates also had their own rules. Just a moment ago, he had drawn his sword, and now he was going to surrender to the enemy? He was obviously hesitant. Unfortunately, Soren wasn't interested in waiting for him to understand. A cold light flashed, and then a head fell to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out and spilled on the deck. He didn't even look at the corpse, and then walked in front of the second person and said in a deep voice, "Submit to me. Be loyal to me." He didn't even bother to say the rest. The guy seemed to be scared silly. A bloody head fell to the ground, and a lot of blood sprayed on his body. It seemed that he couldn't react in time. Plop! Soren's patience seemed to be limited at this moment. Another light flashed in his hand, and then the second head fell to the ground. The headless corpse fell to the deck, and the smell of blood was very strong. "Submit to me." Soren's words became fewer and fewer, and the expression on his face became colder and colder. It was as if he was a terrible demon and could kill everyone on the ship at any time. I am willing to be loyal to you." The third pirate finally became smarter. He almost stuttered as he shouted, and then his whole body was covered in cold sweat. It had only been 10 seconds, and the first one was beheaded because he hesitated. The second one was beheaded because he was half a beat slower. He didn't dare to think too much, and chose to be loyal without hesitation. He was even sure that if he answered a few seconds later, his head would have been chopped off. Very good. A smile finally appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth, and he walked directly to the fourth person. The next step was much easier. Soren only gave each person 3 seconds to answer, and if he didn't get the answer he wanted, he would mercilessly slash. He used a total of 3 minutes to turn all the captives into his subordinates, and the rest were thrown into the sea as corpses. Perhaps these people didn't have much loyalty, but Soren didn't care too much. He didn't need their loyalty, as long as they knew what fear and respect was. The original people will be handed over to the vice captain, and these guys will be led by you. Soren looked at Adele in front of him. Her eyes were slightly shining, and her gaze seemed to be a little fanatical. There seemed to be an indescribable emotion in her eyes. This group of pirates who surrendered were stronger, and Adele had to be personally subdued. Soren didn't plan to waste too much time on these pirates. He just wanted to let these pirates know that he was standing behind Adele, and that they would feel fear when they thought of his existence. This was the simplest and most effective way to manage them in a short period of time. Give them weapons. Soren looked at the others indifferently and said in a deep voice, "The other half of the spoils will be given to them as well, and we will go directly to Snake Island." After saying that, he came in front of the half-elf first mate, looked at him, and said, "What is your name?" The half-elf first mate looked a little excited, with fear and fanaticism, and said in a low voice, "Sir, my name is Casa." "Very good." Soren nodded lightly and said, "Casa, from now on, this ship will be under your command. Let's go to Snake Island." The pirates on the ship moved in a panic, and the collected spoils were directly distributed. Soren didn't give them much time to think. Adele turned over Narwhal's body, then took the tungsten steel armor and other things from his body. She handed them to Soren with a respectful expression and said, "Sir, these are the things from Narwhal, and some of them are very useful." Soren glanced at them slightly. The things on Narwhal's body were good, but the most valuable thing was the tungsten steel armor. This half-body armor could almost be exchanged for a manor. Unfortunately, Soren couldn't wear armor. In order to maintain flexibility, rogues could only wear leather armor at most. Wearing this tungsten steel armor would only affect his fighting and spellcasting. Since he had stone skin, he didn't even wear leather armor much. He glanced at Adele in front of him, reached out and took the multi-dimensional bag, and then said in a deep voice, "You wear this armor, and count the other things. See if there are any goods in the cabin." "Yes." Adele bowed and nodded. This series of thunderous means not only shocked the pirates, but also made the original crew and Adele gradually understand the awe and obedience. Soren glanced at the others, then gently jumped and landed on the huge killer whale. He reached out and stroked the behemoth, then poured a bottle of healing potion into its mouth. This sea creature seemed to have a certain amount of intelligence. It was hit by a crossbow and javelin in the battle, so it needed to be treated. Soren didn't want to see it bleed to death like this. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Soren's time was still very tight. His plan was to help Adele rise on the south coast in 7 days, so he had to speed up his pace. The next target was Snake Island. Chapter 214. Snake Island was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was a natural harbor in the lee side. This harbor had been artificially developed and could dock 3 to 5 warships. It had been contested by many pirate forces for a long time. Narwhal had only taken over this place in recent years. He was originally an inconspicuous pirate. Because he betrayed his former leader, he rose to power. In just a few years, he had suppressed and divided other pirate forces. At the same time, he robbed his fellow pirates to strengthen his own financial resources. The most important thing for pirates was profit. Whoever could lead them to eat and drink would be able to get their support. Narwhal was able to take over Snake Island because he had swallowed a lot of small pirates and gradually became a famous pirate leader. This was a bit similar to the bandits in the desert. A small group of bandits gradually grew into a large group and finally became one of the top forces in the desert. The harbor of Snake Island was relatively simple. There were pirates who stayed behind nearby. Basically, pirates took turns to go out to sea. The nest definitely needed someone to stay behind. Otherwise, if the enemy sneaked in and set fire to it, the mountain stronghold that they had painstakingly built would be burned down. There were also 2 pirate leaders under Narwhal. They were small forces that he had subdued. They belonged to the second-in-command and the third-in-command level. When the pirates who stayed behind saw the ships in the distance, they immediately sent out a signal. Then someone was ready to let them dock at the harbor. These pirates naturally did not know that Narwhal had been slaughtered by Soren. "Carlos, where's the boss?" A fierce pirate who was missing half of his little finger looked at the bow of the ship and shouted, "Why are you back so soon today?" A young man stepped out from the pirate's ship. He had a quick-witted look. He walked to the bow of the ship and shouted, "The boss is on the ship at the back. We were lucky today. We met a group of fat sheep as soon as we went out to sea. The boss took their cargo ship, but it was full of goods. They can't run as fast as us on the sea." The pirate who was missing his little finger took a look and found that there was another ship approaching from behind. "TSK Tisk." He looked at the bow of the ship and shouted, "It looks like you got a lot of benefits this time. You must treat me to a drink later." The young man smiled and said, "No problem. Very soon." The pirate ship docked at the port, then a group of people came down. All of them were Narwhal's subordinates. The pirate stationed at the port also came over. The pirate with the missing pinky laughed as he walked towards the young man and patted him on the shoulder. "What do you think? How are the casualties? It looks like none of you are injured. Did he get a lot of benefits? Did you catch any beautiful women?" None of the pirates who came down were injured. Soren could kill most of these people with a single slash. His strength was close to that of a half-legend, and he was qualified to be the leader of a force. The young man smiled and gently moved his hand back. 2 people beside him leaned over. He smiled and said, "Women. However, there was a very beautiful one. However." Plop! A dagger pierced into the opponent's waist and directly hit the opponent's kidney. Then 2 other people rushed over and stuck the target's body in an instant, followed by a flurry of stabs. The young pirate named Carlos had a grim smile on his face. The dagger mercilessly cut the opponent's throat, and then he said in a deep voice, "But you are not qualified to have any ideas. Narwhal is dead. We are loyal to an even more powerful adept. Maybe he will be a new pirate king." The pirate king was only in the legendary realm. These people who surrendered could more or less feel that Soren was close to the legendary level. There was a flash of swords. The pirates who had just gotten off the ship turned on him instantly. Under a sneak attack, they killed the enemies who stayed at the port in a short time. They did not expect that their companions, who had just gone out to sea, would now draw their swords against them. They were shocked by the news of Narwhal's death. They were completely caught off guard and died cleanly on one side. Very good. Soren's figure came down from the deck. He looked at the young man named Carlos and said in a deep voice, "From now on, you're the first mate of this ship. These people will be led by you. Next, prepare to take down Snake Island. Those who are willing to surrender can stay. Those who are not, kill them all." The young man's face showed a hint of joy. He humbly bowed his head and said, "I will not let your excellency down." He made the right bet. Soren's ruthless means from the beginning to the end shocked them. The young man also sensitively perceived an opportunity. That was, except for the red-haired female pirate, this powerful wizard did not have many useful people. If he could prove his value, then he could be put in an important position. The move just now was proposed by him. Soren undoubtedly thought highly of him and directly appointed him as the first mate of the pirate ship. For these pirates, you don't have to overestimate their bottom line. Another warship began to dock. Adele's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind as she jumped directly from the bow. There were also some pirates with good skills. Basically, the main force was close to the second grade, which was equivalent to the strength of the city guards. Adele was wearing a tungsten steel armor. Because her breasts were obviously fuller than ordinary women, with a little bit of the fullness of an Amazon woman, she had to wrap her plump breasts with cloth strips. Otherwise, she would not be able to wear this armor at all. Women's armor was specially made. There would be a naked space in front of the chest. This armor was prepared for men. But even so, Adele was still a little awkward after wearing it. It made people look indescribably strange, but she did not care so much. In a battle, life and death were instantaneous. Who would care so much about whether the armor looked good or not? As long as it could save her life, it was enough. For a woman like her who had a voluptuous upper body and a tall figure, ordinary armor would be awkward to wear. Unless it was custom-made like the Amazon Stormlord's armor, it wouldn't affect her too much. Soren slowly pulled out his scimitar. A group of pirates who were intimidated by the thunder also pulled out their weapons. Many of them still had hesitation in their eyes, but after noticing Soren's cold gaze, their expressions gradually became firm. This firm determination was not because of anything else, but because they were afraid. They were very sure that if they disobeyed the order, they would be mercilessly beheaded by this sir in front of them. Outside the port, the killer whale was still swimming. They could not escape. They had seen too much death, but they had never seen such a person who killed without batting an eyelid. The heads on the ground had already frightened them. Attack! Soren gave the order in a deep voice, and then the pirates began to move forward. Adele seemed to want to prove her worth and actually rushed to the front. It seemed that Soren's actions of promoting 2 people in a row today made her feel pressured. Although she was the strongest person besides Soren, she was only around the 4th grade. There were also some 3rd grade leaders among these pirates. If she could not prove her worth, Adele felt that she might be replaced by Soren. The group of pirates began to move forward quickly. There was a camp on Snake Island. It was the old nest built by the narwhal, and there were still hundreds of people left here. Clang! Soren pulled out his scimitar. His figure disappeared into the air, and then he approached the gate of the camp at high speed. In front of him was a wooden wall that was 2 stories high. Soren jumped up lightly, and then mercilessly killed the guard in front of the gate with 1 slash. Thump! 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 Soren waved his 2 scimitars like a gust of wind. Wherever the scimitars pointed, there were broken limbs. The 6 guards in front of the gate were directly beheaded by him. Adele's vigorous figure also appeared behind him. The pirates shouted and rushed in. Behind them was the half-elf Casa. He brought a group of people to cover the rear. Whoever dared to take a step back would be shot to death by the archers. A massacre began. Soren's eyes were cold and ruthless. He silently counted the number of heads in his heart. At the same time, his figure leaped between the roof and the wooden wall, killing all the archers one by one. After Narwhal was killed, there were only 2 leaders left here. Many of the remaining pirates were caught off guard. They were either captured or killed directly. Are you crazy? You bastards! Are you rebelling? A very strong guy appeared with a heavy axe in his hand. He rushed over with a roar and roared. Where's Narwhal? Have all of his subordinates gone mad? Why are they attacking their own people? Evade sight. Shadow jump. The answer was a cold light. Soren's figure appeared in the twisted shadow, and then he ended the grade 3 part-time barbarian with one slash. Killed in one blow. Soren silently pulled the scimitar out of the other's heart, then looked around and slowly said, "Surrender, and you will not die. Surrender, and you will not die. Surrender, and you will not die." Seeing Soren kill the former second-in-command, the group of pirates became more determined to turn against their former companions. They completely realized that Snake Island was going to change its leader. Now, whoever could prove themselves first would be able to sit in a higher position. Carlo's promotion had just aroused their greed. The battle was still going on. Soren silently harvested heads, but they were not the ones on the battlefield, but those who wanted to escape. Soon, more and more enemies began to collapse. Some threw away their weapons directly, and some were still fighting desperately, but their death was only a matter of time. The third in command of Snake Island did not seem to be here, and the people below did not know where he went. These were all small things. After Soren subdued all the pirates, he immediately ordered the warehouse and Narwhal's bedroom to be blocked. Not surprisingly, the most valuable things in the whole Snake Island were here. From now on, the whole Snake Island belonged to his territory, and these pirates would become his claws. They were the first card in his hand to rise overseas. P.S. The leader will update at the end of the month. Fu, too, is recovering his energy. Chapter 2:15. The ice-cold sea breeze blew in his face. Soren stood on the roof of the stronghold, gazing at the sea in the distance. His expression didn't change at all, as if he was wearing a mask. Only the most attentive people would notice that Soren's fingers were trembling slightly, and his index finger was gently rubbing the blade. There was a strong smell of blood on him, as well as a strong murderous aura. This murderous aura wasn't just empty words, it was the result of a pile of heads. Soren couldn't control his murderous aura. He had killed too many people recently. From the moment he met Adele to the time he took down Snake Island, Soren had taken too many heads along the way. The repeated killings had bred the ruthlessness in his heart, and this was a battle of wills. Pissed, pissed, pissed. The slight sound of moving came from not far away. Soren's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was holding a spotted viper in his hand. This was Snake Island, and there was a large number of vipers. The stronghold was surrounded by a circle of repellent, but for some reason, the vipers behind them could still run in. The vipers here were difficult to completely eliminate because there was a snake cave behind them. It would take a lot of casualties to clean up these vipers. Soren used 2 fingers to pinch the viper's head, and the viper in his palm wrapped its body around his arm, and then began to tighten little by little. Soren felt a cold touch on his arm, but he still silently gazed into the distance, as if something in the sea was attracting him. Only when he looked away from the sea did a trace of hidden ruthlessness appear in his eyes, and his pupils faintly glowed with a bloody light. The slaughter form had been removed, and he had satisfied the bloodthirst of the slaughter form, but it seemed that even more thirst was born. A sharp glint of the blade appeared. Soren cut open the viper's body with a flip of his hand, and then stretched out his fingers to pinch out the snake's gallbladder. He raised his hand and put the gallbladder into his mouth, gently chewing it. An unbearable bitter taste appeared, and Soren's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but frown, but he still chewed slowly until the bitter taste in his mouth faded, and then he slowly swallowed. Patter! He casually tossed away the snake's corpse and continued to stare at the distant sea. Special ability, Desire for Slaughter. After transforming into a slaughterer, you'll be affected by the desire to slaughter. You will become extremely sensitive to fresh blood, and your senses towards anything related to slaughter will be strengthened. However, after transforming into a slaughterer, you must kill at least 4 targets to satisfy your desire for slaughter. Otherwise, you will enter a state of madness. This thirst for slaughter will increase with the number of times you transform. This was the special ability of the slaughter transformation. If he remembered correctly, after killing the son of fear the first time he transformed into a slaughterer, he only needed 2 heads to satisfy his desire for slaughter. 1, 2, 4. Soren realized that the number of slaughter cravings he needed to satisfy after transforming into a slaughterer was increasing exponentially. Although it was only 4 at the moment, at this rate, the more times he transformed, the higher the number of slaughter cravings he needed to satisfy. In the end, the number of slaughter cravings he needed to satisfy would increase exponentially. This ability could greatly increase his strength, but it also seemed to bring him closer and closer to a true slaughterer. Light footsteps could be heard. Adele Isabella's figure appeared not far away. After the battle, she took off her armor and temporarily freed her full chest. The feeling of being tied up with cloth strips was not good at all. She looked at Soren in the distance, and her whole body trembled. Then her eyes were in a trance, as if she suddenly saw the shadow of her father in him. For a while, her father also liked to stand and look at the sea like this, as if there was too much meaning in the sea. The sea was a fascinating place. Her father lived almost all his life on the sea. He used to be a notorious and ruthless pirate, but since she was his daughter, he gradually became more restrained. It was said that after he killed his enemies, he liked to hang their bodies on the mast or nail them to a wooden frame for the sea eagles to eat. He almost never left anyone alive on the merchant ships he plundered, but since she was sensible, she seemed to have never seen her father do this again. This change became even more obvious after her mother's death. That night, she knew that her father knelt in the temple and repented for the whole night. Her father went to the temple many times because he was a believer of the sea goddess, but in the past he sacrificed to the gods and prayed for blessings. In Adele's memory, her father seemed to have never repented in the temple. His mother should have hated him. Even at the moment of her death, she still hated him because he killed his mother's husband and then forcibly kidnapped his mother back. But her father should have loved her because in Adele's memory, he seemed to have never been close to any other woman except her mother. From that time on, her father killed fewer and fewer people and often did not kill innocent people after robbing merchant ships. Every week, he would go to the temple to repent. No one knew what he was repenting for, but Adele knew that he would always feel guilty for her mother. Maybe things should have passed like this. Unfortunately, reality still gave them a merciless blow. His repentance and kindness were regarded as weakness by other pirates, and more people began to feel dissatisfied with him. Eventually, some people began to rebel against him and conspire to overthrow him. It wasn't until the moment when her father was besieged and killed by hundreds of people that Adele saw his fierceness and bravery. The man called Killer Whale had not become weak. He fought bravely in the crowd like a ferocious tiger. In the end, he forcefully opened up a path for her. Even until the moment of his death, he did not fall. This might be a father's love. After her mother's death, her father, who rarely killed people, really showed his strength when he killed a way out for her. He was still the notorious pirate who killed people like flies. Those who speculated that he had become weak because of old age all recalled his original bravery and cruelty at that moment. Her father died in battle. He died in battle to protect her. Many people died that night. Wherever her father's knife went, heads rolled. He was stronger than before, and even touched the edge of the legendary realm. But Adele still couldn't understand his thoughts. She didn't understand why her father didn't show his strength in advance. As long as he killed a little, he could suppress the rebellious hearts of others. Why was he willing to draw his sword and fight until the last moment? Adele couldn't understand all this, but she still told herself in her heart not to be weak, because weakness would be defeated by cruel reality. She had many memories of her father, but the most memorable was the appearance of her father standing on a high place overlooking the sea. That image overlapped with Soren in front of her, and inexplicably made her feel the similarity between the two people. Perhaps in the heart of the man in front of her, there was also something that he regarded as more precious than his own life. The only difference was, her father put down the knife, and he picked it up. Adele still knew nothing about the man in front of her. All her feelings were just a woman's intuition. The man in front of her seemed to notice her arrival. He withdrew his gaze from the sea in the distance, then turned around and looked at her lightly. He slowly said, "Finished counting?" "Yes." Adele bowed slightly to show her respect and said, "We found 2 boxes of gold and jewelry in the mountain stronghold. Basically, we have searched all the places with hidden compartments. There are a lot of goods in the warehouse, but they need to be transported out. The total value should be about 23,000 gold dirhams, of which about 8,000 gold dirhams can be spent directly. The rest are all valuable items and goods." Soren nodded gently. He looked at the woman in front of him with satisfaction and ordered, "All those who participated in the battle will be rewarded with 15 kindler. Let them eat all the meat in the warehouse, but no one is allowed to drink. You count the goods that are easy to sell, and then take 5,000 kindler. Tomorrow morning, take a group of people to Port Tylon. Sell all the goods, even if the price is low. Then you can recruit people. These funds should be enough for you to recruit a group of desperados. I won't stay here for too long. In 3 days, we will destroy the sea wolves in Shipwreck Bay. As for how to control these guys, I think you should know how to do it. Go on." Soren waved his hand gently. After all, there are only a few people in this world who could read. There were many good fighters among the pirates, but there were not many who could read or learn. The woman in front of him was not bad. She received part of the aristocratic education from her mother. In knowledge, trade, and management, she was better than other pirates. The only thing she lacked at present was strength. As a woman, she needed more strength to suppress these rebellious pirates. Being only grade 4 was not enough. She needed to be at least a quasi-legendary. However, she still had Soren behind her. As long as the pirates knew that there was a mysterious and terrifying existence behind everything, they would not dare to act recklessly because of fear in their hearts. Because Soren's prestige was built on their heads. But the number of heads now was not enough. Soren had to use more heads to build up his prestige, so that the pirates would tremble when they thought of him. This way, Soren would not go to the outer islands and destroy everything carefully arranged here. Adele was only the leader on the surface. Soren had to use thunderous means to intimidate them, kill, and reward. This was only the simplest way to control them. P.S. I wrote this chapter all morning. I don't know how it is. I should have done my best. The title of the chapter is a bit poetic, but I really thought about it for a long time. Chapter 2:16. Port Tylon, Shark Tavern. There were many taverns in this coastal transit area, but these taverns were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Many of them belonged to the gray area, and even the local residents would not enter them. Shark Tavern happened to be one of them. It was opened in a somewhat remote and hidden area. There was a tiger shark sign hanging at the door. If one was not familiar with the place, one would not notice it at all. This was a very special tavern. Ordinary people would not come here. The people here were pirates and outlaws. After entering the tavern, one would find that the decoration inside was unexpectedly luxurious. It was almost comparable to a high-end restaurant. The maids in charge of serving them were young and beautiful. From time to time, one could hear the screams caused by the pirates taking advantage of them. Then, there was a roar of laughter. There were prostitutes, liquor, intelligence, and underground boxing. Every month, there would be an underground boxing match here at a specific time. There were almost no rules in the process. The match would only end when one side died. Occasionally, there would be armed combat matches. Gambling was one of the sources of income for the tavern. Near the door, there were 2 or 3 pirates sitting next to drinking. One of them had a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks and reached out to touch the barmaids, but when she passed by, the barmaid turned around and glared at him, then curled her lips and said, 3 kindler. If you can afford it, let's go to the back. So expensive. The pirate with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly looked embarrassed. He wanted to curse, but he looked at the bar with some fear. Such a bar had a very solid foundation. Pirates like them, who were not qualified, would be destroyed easily. His companions next to him couldn't help but laugh. The pirate with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks was a little angry. One of them waved his hand and said, "Skinny monkey is just a little itchy. But don't touch here. Last time, a guy was bold enough to touch the lady boss's butt. In the end, his hand was chopped off." The beautiful barmaid curled her lips and seemed to say something like, "Poor man, don't touch if you don't have money." Ahem. The pirate with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks coughed. Although he was angry, he did not have the courage to make trouble here. He could not help but change the topic and said, "Right. Have you heard? Narwhal had been killed. Even Snake Island has been taken down." This sentence silenced the people nearby, and then someone said in astonishment, "Narwhal is dead? Who killed him? No one in this area could take down his Snake Island, right? Did he provoke the Pirate King recklessly?" All the pirates had to pay tribute to the Pirate King. The three Pirate Kings had all ceded islands to become kings, dividing the sea near the south coast. Everything that belonged to them had to be handed over for worship. Narwhal should not be so reckless as to provoke the Pirate King, and there was no need for the Pirate King to deal with such a small character. But other than the Pirate King, they really couldn't think of anyone who could kill Narwhal. After all, he was also a smooth and slick character. He had some reputation among the pirates. There were not many people who could kill him silently. I heard it was destroyed by a woman. The skinny man saw that everyone was listening attentively, and he could not help but keep them in suspense until the person next to him impatiently ordered him a glass of wine. He then said with a smile, "I heard it was the daughter of Killer Whale. That old ghost was also notorious. I didn't expect that the daughter he gave birth to was not simple. It is said that she is a first-class beauty." No. One of the pirates with a scar on the side of his face slammed the table, and then said in a deep voice, "I have seen Killer Whale's daughter, a woman with fiery red hair. That woman is beautiful, but her skills are about the same level as Narwhal. She doesn't have as many hands as Narwhal, and she doesn't have as many ship cannons as Narwhal. How could she kill Narwhal and take down Snake Island? Moreover, Narwhal also raised a great thing. That thing can overturn the woman's ship in the sea." This was obviously a well-informed guy. The skinny man's face was obviously a little embarrassed. Seeing everyone else nodding, he could not help but say loudly, "Of course, it's not just this woman. There is also a very mysterious Sir behind her. That Sir is the key to killing Narwhal. It is said that he killed Narwhal and his men alone, and then attacked Snake Island on the same day." Sir? When they heard this title, the others could not help but be shocked. Among the pirates, this title would not be used indiscriminately. At most, they would be called captain. Those who could use Sir were basically close to the strength of a legendary profession. Would such an existence have nothing to do with pirates? Was he planning to compete for the throne of the Pirate King? A legendary profession was a big shot everywhere. The skinny man seemed to be very satisfied with the expressions of the others and whispered, "I heard that Killer Whale's daughter has begun to recruit people. It seems that she intends to unify the nearby waters in one breath. As long as you join, you will have to work for 10 kindlers. Many small pirates in the vicinity have been uneasy. I heard that OL Sea Dog and Swordfong Fish have already gone to Snake Island to express their goodwill. They are afraid that the other party will destroy them in one breath. I heard that Sir is quite amazing. His means are ruthless, and he kills people like scything flax. He tamed all those unruly guys in one day. Narwhal's former men are now honest." There was dead silence in the tavern. Even the landlady in front of the bar could not help but listen quietly. One of the big men seemed to be a little unconvinced. He said in a deep voice, "You've been talking for a long time. Who is that Sir? What is his name? Since he intends to intervene in the nearby waters, it's impossible that he didn't even show his name, right? Is he going to put Killer Whale's daughter on the table? That can't suppress the pirate leaders of all places." The skinny man's eyes moved a little, and his expression seemed a little strange. He lowered his voice and said, "No one knows who that sir is, but he seems to like to be called Throat Cutter." Throat Cutter? There was a sound of gasps in the tavern. Even the landlady, who was wiping the table in front of the bar, trembled, and then gradually returned to normal. As for the others, they were obviously frightened. Some of them even turned slightly pale. Obviously, they were more familiar with this name. During this period of time, there were countless casualties in Port Tylon. There were all kinds of bloody fights for interest, and the cause of all this was the legendary Throat Cutter. Moreover, his identity was also linked to the Sea Temple and the Ghost Ship. These 2 points together represented both powerful strength and the fear of death. The skinny man did not seem to expect such a result. He may have gone to sea some time ago and did not come back, so he did not expect that after he said the name, Throat Cutter, the tavern would become so dead silent. But there was still an inexplicable smile on his face, and his fingertips were gently playing with a kindler. Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. In this magnificent palace, Princess Royal sat on the throne like a queen. Her long silver hair was coiled into a graceful and noble bun, and she wore a light blue crystal dress. She silently looked at a woman covered in a cloak onto the throne. There were wisps of thin ice around the mysterious woman, which began to spread from her feet, but only stayed in an area of 3 meters around her. Princess Royal shook her head gently, and then slowly said, "I didn't expect Your Excellency to come here, but I have to refuse Your Excellency's proposal, although your proposal is very tempting. But I have to stay and protect Arendelle. I have a premonition that an unprecedented catastrophe is coming. Besides, your proposal is really difficult to achieve. He is the creator of that world. Even if you and I join forces, we can't defeat him." Under the throne, the woman covered in a cloak slowly said, "Does Your Majesty really not want to get out of the current predicament at all? Our enemy is not as powerful as we believe. As long as you and I join forces, we have a chance of winning." Princess Royal still hesitated and said softly, "But after all, he is the creator of that world. That world is his kingdom. Our hope of victory is too small." The mysterious woman could not help but chuckle, and then said, "Creator." She gently raised her palm, and there seemed to be strange scales on her skin. As she turned her hand slightly, the water vapor in the nearby air began to gather, and then turned into a pool of clear water floating in the air. "Your Majesty, did I create water?" Princess Royal was silent, and there seemed to be a trace of doubt in her mind. The mysterious woman moved her fingers again, and the clear water in front of her turned into ice. Soon a huge ice block emerged. "Your Majesty, did I create ice?" Princess Royal was still silent, but her expression seemed to change slightly. The mysterious woman snapped her fingers, and the ice in front of her changed rapidly. It was reconstructing at an astonishing speed, and it gradually separated and reassembled. Soon, a 5-foot-wide model of a city made of ice appeared. All the buildings and sculptures in it were abnormally lifelike and exquisite. The skill of this spell control was so amazing that even Princess Royal could not help but be surprised. Of course, it was just surprise. She had always thought that only she could control ice and snow to such an extent. "Your Majesty, does this count as creating a city?" The mysterious woman continued to ask, and Princess Royal was still silent. She raised her hand, and a strange light appeared. Humans actually appeared on the city model made of ice, but they were made of ice. They were very small, and they moved about on the city model made of ice, just like ordinary city residents. Princess Royal's face showed a trace of shock. The other party was very strong. It seemed that they were just a little weaker than her. The mysterious woman seemed to be a little tired. She panted slightly, and then waved her hand gently. The ice city disappeared, and the figures on it disappeared. The ice block turned into a pool of clear water, and the clear water gradually turned into floating elements in the air. She sighed and said, "Your Majesty, creation does not mean creation. Creation might not be creating something out of nothing. It might just be changing its appearance. Elements become water, water becomes ice, ice becomes a city, and living beings appear in the city. Everything is still the same, but we have changed the form of energy. The Creator is not as powerful as you think. Moreover, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you want to always be like this? Humans are not humans. Gods are not gods. And you can't even control your own power. The mysterious woman bowed slightly to show her respect, and then slowly said, "Your Majesty, I hope you can consider my proposal. I will stay in Arendelle for 3 days. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I will be waiting for you at any time." She turned and left slowly. Princess Royal watched her figure disappear until the mysterious woman had completely gone out. Then she gently took off her gloves, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. A piece of water vapor turned into a pool of clear water, and ice emerged little by little in the clear water. The structure of the ice gradually changed and turned into a model of a city about 10 feet tall, the most striking of which was a magnificent palace. More and more exquisite buildings appeared in the ice. Figures made of ice appeared one after another. Tens of thousands of figures moved about in this small city. On the throne in the palace, there seemed to be a high and mighty queen sitting on the throne. This was Arendelle. It was exactly the same as Arendelle in the real world. Princess Royal could not help but fall in a deep thought. She waved her hand gently. The city made entirely of ice in front of her dissipated with the wind, as if it had never existed at all. P.S. I don't know if Princess Royal's strength will scare you. Chapter 217. It was getting closer and closer to the new year. However, it seemed that this year was not destined to be too peaceful. Under the continuous disasters, the entire southern region did not feel any festive news. An adult red dragon appeared near Whiterun. Although Soren had long known that there was a dragon there, and it was an ancient red dragon, it was not until now that others had discovered its existence. This dragon caused a lot of chaos and attracted a lot of adventurers who tried to slay the dragon. At the same time, it threatened the surrounding cities and forced them to strengthen their defenses. The red dragon was an evil existence. The bureaucrats and nobles began to increase taxes on the existence of the dragon, using the excuse of guarding against the attack of the red dragon to collect money. They could always find all kinds of excuses to collect extra taxes. There seemed to be a migration of orcs near the mountains in the south. Because of the antagonism between races, the conflict in this area became more intense. It seemed that a war could break out at any time. There was little information about the desert area. However, it seemed that the trade route to the east was cut off by someone. It seemed that the chaos in the desert area was also spreading. No new cities were destroyed, but more turmoil was still fermenting. There seemed to be traces of devil worshippers north of the City of Wealth. The devils had just been cleaned up, and the bewitching devils seemed to have begun to appear. The appearance of the evil god followers was becoming more and more frequent. Almost every city had some unfamiliar faces. The elven court seemed to have also undergone a division. The ancient tree doctrine of the Druids and the gods doctrine of the ancient tree doctrine had a fierce dispute. It was rumored that some of the high-grade droll who believed in the Tree of Life had left. Even the legendary Earthwalker felt a little dissatisfied with the elven court. The tree shepherds stood on the side of the droll. As the balance and protectors of nature, their beliefs were more inclined to the Tree of Life than the elven gods. Droll had always been the middle power of the elves. Although the elves were also very talented among other spellcasters, no spellcaster profession had more than droll. This matter was still brewing, and the conflict was still escalating. If there was no powerful force to intervene, it was very likely that it would lead to an internal division among the elves. Droll would split from the elves, give up the belief of the elven gods, and turn to the oldest tree of life. This doctrine was supported by a large number of droll from the outside world. At the same time, it was also widely spread among the other races. They called it the revival of droll. Among the humans, half-elves, orcs, half-orcs, and other races, all the nomadic drool who were inspired by nature seemed to be very supportive of restoring the oldest belief in the Tree of Life. This caused the drool order in the entire world to shift. More than 60% of the drool had transferred their faith to the Tree of Life. The elven pantheon's influence in the drool was greatly reduced, and the various drool churches seemed to be plotting something. The power of the elven gods had declined. Before the time of troubles began, their strength had already declined. This seemed to be something that a certain existence was very happy to see. She had been waiting for this opportunity for thousands of years. The Queen of Spiders was weaving a spider web, waiting for the first prey to appear. Inside a dark canyon, a tall and handsome figure was moving forward. He was wearing a noble's robe and playing with a flute in his hand. In this very gloomy and terrifying canyon, he moved forward leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. A strange sound came, which seemed to be sharp and harsh. He listened carefully, then raised his hand and summoned a light. A dense shadow appeared in front of him. It was a palm-sized vampire bat. There were so many of them that they almost filled the dark canyon. Whoosh! A gust of wind came, and the overwhelming number of vampire bats flew up. They had sharp fangs and dark red wings. There were probably hundreds of thousands of them. After flying up, they almost covered the sky and the canyon. With so many vampire bats, even a legendary profession would be dangerous, but the person in front of him was not worried at all. He gently picked up the flute and blew it. The notes seemed to come from hell. A black mass of vampire bats fell to the ground. Traces of blood flowed out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause, and the demigod vampire in an exquisite suit appeared. He looked at the man in front of him and smiled. You are indeed the legendary Helpemer. You dare to come here alone to find me. Helpemer, a name that was taboo in many places. The man's face did not seem to be the one in front of him. He glanced at Reinhardt indifferently and said slowly, "The god of vampires? Could it be that you only have these little tricks after becoming a god? It seems that your life is not very good. I seem to have heard that you were chased by a group of people like a stray dog." Reinhardt's mouth twitched, but he still had an elegant smile on his face. He said slowly, "This is only temporary. After becoming a god, I have seen a wider world. An unprecedented opportunity is coming. As long as I seize this opportunity, I can stand on the top of the gods. At that time, no one can stop me from ascending to the throne." The Helpemer smiled with a playful expression and said, "Is that so? Then you'll have to escape from me first." Reinhardt frowned and looked at him. He said slowly, "Do you really want to fight? Why do you want to stand on their side? What they can give you, I can give you the same thing. I am even willing to share everything with you." The Helpemer showed a sarcastic smile and said softly, "What you have seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Even if you want to cooperate with me, you have to show your value. There are countless weak gods like you in the Pantheon Temple." The figure of the Helpemer disappeared strangely. It was like an invisible sound wave spread, and the nearby vampire bats fell to the ground and died. Snake Island. Soren stood on the dock, overlooking everything. In just 3 days, he had recruited hundreds of pirates. Now his men had reached more than 300. Adele's valiant figure stood at the bow of the ship. Next to her was the first mate promoted by Soren. Now that they had enough strength, it was time to clean up the other enemies. Pirates did not need to be trained, nor did they need to be nurtured. This was a survival of the fittest profession. The strong would survive, and the weak would be eliminated. "Let's go." Soren gently landed on the head of the killer whale. Facing the awe-inspiring eyes of the other pirates, there was only a hint of anxiety in his eyes, because he heard a piece of bad news. It seemed that the influence of the throat cutter was greater than he expected. It even alarmed one of the pirate kings who ruled near the south coast. The pirate king, the Swamp King, it was not a human, but a hybrid between a swamp giant and a lizard man. The intelligence of the giant race had always been low, but this pirate king was an exception. The probability of cross-race breeding was very low. It was said that its birth was due to some forbidden spells. The lizard men were amphibious creatures. They could move on land as well as in water. The Swamp King was one of the pirate kings who ruled near the south coast. Its pirates included humans, lizard men, murlocs, hybrids, and so on. If it weren't for the exclusion of racial lineage, its control of the south coast would be more firm. The three pirate kings each had their own allegiances. Among them, the Amazon Pirate King was backed by the Storm Church. She was a pirate king who believed in the Storm Lord. Another pirate king, with half Amazon blood, was a non-human creature. He had the support of the Naga Sea tribe and believed in the sea goddess. The last pirate king was the Swamp King. He did not believe in any of the gods above, but gave his faith to the demon god in the abyss. That was the king of the deep sea, the ancient demon Dagon. There was a religious text that said, "In a mortal world, Dagon's cult prevailed in the coastal areas. Its human believers, or swamp giants, tidal giants, and so on, mated with half-fish creatures. At the cost of tarnishing their bloodline, they gained great power, rich fishing, and strange treasures from the demon lord." Yes. The Swamp King was a monster born for certain reasons. At the cost of tarnishing his own bloodline, he gained power from the abyss Lord Dagon. However, an accident occurred during the ritual. The person in charge of the ritual did not please the evil Lord of the Abyss, and it did not gain much power. On the contrary, an unexpected offspring born during the blasphemy ritual, which was the current Lord of the Swamp, received power from the Lord of the Abyss, Dagon. So, a monster with a mix of lizard man and swamp giant blood was born. Not only did it have great power, but it also had the wisdom of a demon. Although this wisdom seemed a little crazy, it still became one of the three pirate kings on the south coast. This pirate king controlled the south coast near the deep sea. Its lair was said to be in a place called Demon Island, and only the most vicious pirates would seek refuge there. It was also the only pirate king that did not play by the rules. Although the pirate kings had great power and influence, they were still inextricably linked to the church. Almost all of them acted for their own interests and situations. Only the Swamp King liked to mess around. If it was not satisfied with the rise of a powerful pirate on the south coast and attacked Soren, then Soren really did not have much confidence in defeating it. He needed the power of Vivian. Although Soren could ask for help from the Sea Temple, it also meant that he had to pay a price. Not to mention that the news was told to him by the Naga Siren priest. Soren still remembered the meaningful expression on the priest's face when she said this information. Chapter 218. Soren didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He always felt that the Naga Siren priest was cheating him. The Swamp King suddenly became interested in his newly risen pirate force. It was impossible that no one was behind this. Moreover, the rumors of the throat cutter spread so quickly. Not only did it increase his reputation, but it also expanded the influence of the Sea Temple that the throat cutter served. Because the throat cutter worked for the Sea Temple, the more widely the throat cutter spread, the more others feared the Sea Temple. In the legendary naval battle, the Naga Siren priest defeated the son of Dagon, and the throat cutter was labeled as the Sea Temple. As a follower of Dagon, it was not surprising that the Swamp King attacked him. Sure enough, the original inhabitants of this world are not simple. Soren looked at the sea in the distance, but his heart was not calm. Whether he won or lost, the Sea Temple would be the winner in the end. First of all, if the Swamp King attacked him, it would force Soren into a very dangerous position. If he couldn't deal with the Swamp King, then he had to ask for help from the Sea Temple. The Naga Siren priest was waiting for this opportunity. If Soren wanted to ask for help, he would naturally have to pay a price. Maybe he would be forced to join the Sea Temple. This was tantamount to an extra force for no reason. To be able to let a quasi-legendary profession serve the Sea Temple, the strength of the Naga Siren priest had undoubtedly improved a lot. Taking a step back, even if Soren defeated the Swamp King, it didn't matter. The reputation of the throat cutter would further spread, and the influence of the sea temple would increase again. As the patron of the sea goddess, the stronger Soren was, the greater the influence of the sea goddess. No matter from which point of view, the Naga Siren priest would not lose. That was why she did not interfere with Soren's idea of establishing a pirate force. She was even willing to lend a warship. If Soren won, her status would also be improved. If Soren couldn't beat her, she would be able to get a strong helper. It was the best result. Naturally, it was Soren who asked for help from the Sea Temple, then joined the forces of the Sea Temple, and finally defeated the Swamp King. In this way, she controlled 2/3 of the power of the South Coast. The Amazon Pirate Queen's area of activity was the Soros Islands. If Soren defeated the Swamp King, almost the entire South Coast would be under the control of the Sea Temple. In this world, legends were relatively scattered. Those in high positions were not willing to risk their lives. It was naturally best to have a sword for their own use. If not for Vivian's help, Soren only had two choices. One was to join the Sea Temple in exchange for help, and then find a way to defeat the Swamp King and control 1/3 of the sea on the South Coast. The other option was to give up on these pirate forces and directly form a fleet to go to the outer islands. However, if he did that, he would lose the connection to the mainland. He would only have as much capital as he could take with him. The progress of his future development would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult to establish a connection with the mainland in a short period of time. The outer islands, that was a real barren land. Fierce beasts ran rampant, monsters wreaked havoc, and there were unreasonable indigenous people. There was a lack of food, medicine, weapons, and even the basic necessities. If he couldn't supply through the sea, Soren was almost starting from scratch. The time of troubles was getting closer and closer. It was difficult for him to reach his goal in just 2 years. If Soren wanted to rise in the sea, he absolutely couldn't do without a link to the mainland. Now I can only destroy the sea wolf first. Soren looked at the sea in front of him and said to himself, if I destroy the sea wolf, I will almost become one of the top pirate forces on the South Coast. The number of slayers should also be about the same. If Vivian can successfully wake up, with the strength of the two of us together, it's not impossible to defeat the Swamp King. I don't know if the Sea Temple has made the right move. Soren didn't have so many choices. In the current situation, he could only kill his own way out. Even if the Swamp King wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't be so fast for the time being. Soren still had a little time to prepare. A day passed quickly. Soren led the fleet and quickly entered the sea area of Shipwreck Bay. The Sea Wolf was one of the few pirates here. He had his own territory in Shipwreck Bay, and at the same time, he also divided an island. Since this place was called the Outer Islands, naturally, there were many islands scattered in the coastal area. Pirates from all over the world were scattered in these places to sell their stolen goods. Many of them were official chambers of commerce. For example, the Sea Wolf secretly controlled a chamber of commerce. He sold the goods he robbed through the black market. The Sea Wolf's territory was called Lone Wolf Island. Soren didn't care about the original name. It was the Sea Wolf who changed the name later. This time, Soren didn't bother to make any plans. What he wanted was to crush the Sea Wolf fair and square to prove his ability to fight head-on naval battles, and at the same time, deter the entire pirate group on the South Coast. The destruction of Narwhal was too sudden. Some people speculated that Soren had used some kind of conspiracy. This time, Soren planned to attack. As long as he took down this sea area, no one would dare to go against him. Shipwreck Bay, Lone Wolf Island. Pirate ships gathered here. The number actually reached dozens, but there were only 9 real warships. The rest were coastal ships that couldn't sail far. A large number of pirates gathered near the port. In addition to the Sea Wolf's men, there were other pirate groups near Shipwreck Bay. They received an invitation from the Sea Wolf a day ago to join forces to deal with the rumored throat cutter. The rise of a pirate force would inevitably affect the interests of others. So many people responded to the Sea Wolf's invitation. At the top of the hall, the Sea Wolf sat on a chair and looked at the other pirate leaders in front of him. He was a man with a thin face. His eyes looked like a wolf's. There seemed to be a green light in the darkness. He looked around and said, I don't intend to say much about this matter. You should have heard of this throat cutter. He has the support of the Sea Temple. If he continues to grow, there will be no room for us to move in the nearby sea area. Let's join forces. As long as we kill him, I'm willing to give Narwhal's territory to you. There was a lot of discussion below. One of the big men who looked like a northerner glanced at the sea wolf and said in a deep voice, It seems that the person supported by the throat cutter is the daughter of the killer whale, right? The killer whale died in your hands. Maybe he just wants to deal with you. That's a legendary figure. We may not be able to defeat him. You only want to divide Narwhal's territory? There are so many people here. How is it enough? The sea wolf's pupils shrank when he heard the words. His eyes were slightly cold, and then he said in a deep voice, Then what do you want? The big man from the north did not have much fear. The pirates under him were all from the north. Being able to establish a foothold here also meant that he was very strong. He laughed and said, I want to interfere with the share of the black market trade, especially the slave smuggling. Seawolf, you've been swallowing this land for several years. At this time, you're not going to give it to everyone? We've been fighting on the sea for so long, and it's not enough for you to get a ticket for smuggling and slaves. These two places must be given up. Otherwise, the people here would not be willing to fight with a legendary figure for Narwhal's territory. You know, that sea area is still in Port Tylon, which is controlled by the Sea Temple. Many people began to respond to the words of the big man. There was not much morality among pirates. The most common thing they did was to use and betray others. Without real benefits, there were probably not many people here who were willing to work for the Sea Wolf. The things in Port Tylon were probably not enough to make up for their losses. They came here today mainly because they heard that the throat cutter was going to take over the shipwreck harbor. They had to come and listen to the news. Good. The sea wolf's expression was slightly cold, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. But he still nodded and said, As long as we can defeat the throat cutter, I'm willing to take out half of my share of the black market for everyone. Kill the throat cutter first, and he could get back these things sooner or later. Chapter 219. Port Tylon, Sea Temple. At the bottom of the temple was connected to the sea. The Naga Siren priest was standing in front of a high platform, waiting quietly. Soon there was a slight swimming sound in the sea, followed by a strong Naga Siren guard swimming out of the sea. Then he stood upright and walked to her like a snake. He bowed slightly and said, Your Excellency Priest, the throat cutter has gone to Shipwreck Bay. He doesn't seem to want to ask for help from the temple. The Naga Siren priest narrowed her eyes slightly and said slowly, Really? It seems that he has the confidence to deal with those in Shipwreck Bay. The Naga Siren guard hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency Priest, why do we have to spend so much effort on this human? Although his strength is quite good, we also have many warriors who are not weaker than him. Besides, we also support a pirate king. Do we still need to invest so many resources in him? The Naga Siren priest had a strange smile on her face. She looked at him playfully and suddenly raised her hand to whip him. Then she said, Do you need to question my arrangement? You are getting more and more presumptuous. The Naga Siren guard did not say a word as he took the whip. The Naga Siren priest seemed to be angry and laughed. She said in a deep voice, Sure enough, you have a lot of confidence. What did the royal family promise you? Do you still have to swear allegiance to anyone? The Naga Siren guard hesitated for a moment and said slowly, I will always be loyal to the sea goddess. It's good that you know. The Naga Siren priest looked at him coldly and said, Although Ashrod is one of the 3 pirate kings, he is more inclined to the Naga Siren royal family. His forces are more supported by the Naga Siren royal family. Don't think that I don't know what those guys are thinking. Wasn't the last big purge enough? They want to resurrect that monster. Although the sea goddess has fallen into a deep sleep, she is still the master of the sea. No one can threaten her rule. It is impossible for a loser who has been killed by the goddess to rule the sea again. The Naga Siren priest seemed to be warning something. Then she said slowly, "We need the power of that human. Although the faith of the sea goddess is spread all over the sea, it is mainly concentrated on the Naga Sirens and the Murlocs. We don't have much faith among the humans. This is already the closest place to the humans. Just the coastal islands alone are already blocked by other forces. If we want to spread the faith of the goddess of ocean to all the places along the coast, we must rely on the power of human beings. There are too many humans. Their significance to the goddess is greater than the sea races. Although the Naga clan has many powerful believers, can they move around in human places? Could they spread the faith of the goddess on land? They can't even enter the coastal cities. Here, in this Port Tylon, we spent hundreds of years to gain a foothold, but even now, I can't appear in front of humans at will because humans are a very xenophobic race. They fear us. There are very few cities along the coast that we can influence. The core forces of the Sea Temple are almost unable to enter these cities. We need the power of a human. That human is the easiest legend for us to rope in. Moreover, I can see the potential in him. If such a person can join the Sea Church, we should soon be able to spread our faith to the coastal cities. Send out the ghost ship. We need to pay attention to his movements. He actually thinks that he can deal with the Swamp King by subduing those pirates. Those trash may not even be able to stand under the Swamp King's monster. Right? The Naga Siren priest thought for a moment and then said, "Pay attention to the movements of the devilfish. If necessary, let the fishmen intercept them. These monsters have been raised for a long time. Send someone to contact Ashrad. The son of Dagon has been seriously injured. This time, we must completely eliminate the believers of the King of the Deep. He will be a good bait. The Swamp King is a stupid and barbaric opponent. There is no way he can refuse the temptation of the goddess of ocean. As long as he can kill him, the Swamp King can perform the highest level of blasphemy sacrifice. The demon Lord Dagon will definitely be happy to respond to the sacrifice prayer held by the goddess of ocean. Shipwreck Bay. Soren stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the pirate ships in the distance. The number of ships in front of him was a little beyond his estimation. There were all kinds of flags hanging on them. Almost half of the pirates in Shipwreck Bay appeared here. However, there were not many warships that were a real threat. There were probably only about a dozen ships, and the rest were fast ships operating in the coastal waters. This kind of ship was prepared by the small pirates. They relied on speed to catch up with the cargo ship, and then threw out the hook to board the ship. So many enemies. There was the sound of a pirate swallowing his saliva, and it seemed to be a little trembling. These trash could only fight with the wind. When they saw the number of enemies, their legs were a little weak. Adele Isabella seemed a little nervous. She picked up the monocular and took a look, then said, "Your Excellency, in addition to the Sea Wolf, there are other pirates. There are also northern pirates among them. I'm afraid that many small pirates have been gathered by him." Soren frowned and did not speak. The morale of the pirates on his side was not high. This group of trash did not have much loyalty to speak of. When they saw the difference of almost 5 or 6 times, they did not have many thoughts of fighting in their hearts. He must let these trash summon up the courage to fight. Soren turned and stood on the high platform. He looked at the pirates on the 3 nearby warships, and then said in a cold voice, "Victory will belong to us. Shipwreck Bay will become our territory, and the bravest among you will become a captain of my fleet. Open your eyes. Look at how this group of trash is destroyed." Under the sea, a huge shadow began to move forward. The 20-meter-long killer whale gradually approached from the bottom of the sea. Soren's mouth showed a cruel smile. As he gently snapped his fingers, a small pirate ship in the distance suddenly shook violently, and then was directly overturned by a huge shadow in the sea. These coastal fast ships did not have the ability to resist the wind and waves at all. Some of them looked like large sailboats, and the size of the hull was not as big as the killer whale's body. Ah, sea monster. Sea monster. There are sea monsters. Although he could not dominate the giant octopus, the killer whale was enough to deal with these trash. The Grade 3 killer whale had a huge advantage in size. Its body of more than 20 meters could overturn those fast ships. Only a shadow could be seen swimming in the sea, and then one by one, the fast ships sank to the bottom of the sea. When he saw the number of enemies, Soren already had the idea of letting the killer whale consume them. He directly controlled the killer whale to kill a large number of pirates with brute force. A series of sounds of falling into the water were heard, and the number of enemies was reduced by nearly half. That was because there were too many trash in there. The sea was full of pirates. Many pirates desperately climbed onto the big ship, because in the sea, they were not enough to fill the gaps between the killer whale's teeth. This giant sea creature seemed to have signs of mutation. Perhaps it was because it had killed and devoured too many enemies. Prepare for battle. Adele obviously noticed that this was an opportunity. She glanced at her high-spirited subordinates and shouted, "Right full rudder. Gunners ready. Fire." Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds came. The power of the cannons in this era was not very great, and all of them were solid ammunition. However, the lethality was still there. Because the enemy was too dense, one of the gunners directly broke the mast of a warship. Half of the mast broke and made a sound of being overwhelmed. Then it fell to the deck with a rumble, and a few unlucky guys were killed on the spot. Prepare for boarding battle. Adele pulled out the long sword at her waist. Some brave pirates also came to the deck. The cannons could only be regarded as decoration. The real deciding factor was the hand-to-hand combat. The alchemy in this world was strictly limited by the church and droll. These cannons were basically impossible to hit those powerful professions head-on, and the loading speed of the cannons was too slow. Soren's figure also disappeared at this moment. He needed a perfect massacre to establish his dignity. He needed to use absolute means to suppress these pirates. Killing was the best way. Chapter 220. Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. Princess Anna was awakened by a ray of light at dawn. She first opened her eyes, then stared blankly for a while, as if she hadn't woken up yet. Then she stretched herself beautifully. The maids outside seemed to have heard the movement inside. Soon 2 pretty maids came in with dresses. One of them also held underwear. Her Royal Highness didn't like to sleep in clothes. The girl's beautiful body emerged under the thin velvet quilt. She gently lifted a corner of the quilt, revealing a piece of white and delicate skin. The temperature in the room was warm. The central crystal lamp lit up gently. This was an alchemy product that only the royal family could afford. Princess Anna stretched and yawned, then let the maids behind her put on her clothes one by one. Soon, she was dressed. A maid opened the window, and they could see the blue sea in the distance. Of course, it was not so simple for Her Royal Highness to get up. Behind her, 2 or 3 maids filed in. They brought in a silver basin, tools for washing, and the clothes and accessories to wear today. Princess Anna's expression seemed a little helpless. She gently wiped it with a towel and then whispered, "Take it down. I don't want to wear these today." One by one, the exquisite ornaments were brought out. Finally, Princess Anna chose a pair of crystal earrings. The maid behind her was combing her hair. Her long, silky blonde hair was combed into a beautiful hairstyle. She looked at the mirror inlaid with gold, then waved gently and said, "That's it. Where's my sister? Why didn't I see her today?" The girl slowly stood up. She was a little more delicate and quiet than before. Her thin face had regained its rosy color, and her body seemed to have grown a little. Her chest looked bulging after wearing the crystal dress. Princess Anna stood barefoot on the floor, covered with a soft carpet. Suddenly, she seemed to have found something. She pulled the maid in front of her and gestured. Then she smiled and said, "Tina, have you become shorter, or have I grown taller?" "Your Royal Highness has grown taller." The maid smiled, took a pair of delicate moccasins, and whispered, "Your Royal Highness has grown so much taller than before." She measured it with her fingers. It was probably less than a centimeter. It took Princess Anna nearly an hour to get up and dress up. After that, all the maids left, leaving only her 2 personal maids. She stretched a little and placed her slender hands on her waist. Then she muttered, "It's a little tight. Am I a little fatter than before?" He had been sleeping a little too much recently. If she thought of that person, she would feel inexplicably wronged in her heart. Then she would lie on the bed and sleep. Is he okay? Where is he now? Will he marry me? The young girl looked into the distance, lost in thought. The 2 maids beside her looked at each other and didn't say anything. If Her Royal Highness thought of that man, she couldn't help but stare blankly. They couldn't understand why the princess would like such an adventurer. Although the man was a little handsome and seemed to have some strength, he was still just an adventurer. There were many outstanding, noble young men in the kingdom, and princes from other countries who wanted to marry her. In their opinion, any one of them was much better than an adventurer. Princess Anna didn't stay in a daze for long. In fact, she had gradually gotten used to it. The original impulse had completely subsided, but occasionally she would miss him. This kind of longing was not as strong as before, but she would still think of him from time to time. In the palace, Princess Anna came out in a red cloak. She looked at the captain of the guards in front of her and could not help but frown slightly. "Where's my sister? Isn't she here?" The captain of the guards bowed slightly and replied, "Her Majesty the Queen has gone outside the palace and should be back soon. Is that so?" Princess Anna nodded, then sat on the throne and began to deal with the documents. In fact, many things in Arendelle were now handled by her. The young girl opened the documents and read. Several maids stood next to her, conveying her orders from time to time. She flipped through the documents quickly. After reviewing a pile of documents, she looked up and murmured, "My sister seems to have been going out a lot recently. What's the matter with her?" The people next to her didn't answer. They couldn't ask about Her Majesty the Queen's affairs. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps sounded, and then a handsome man came in. He had obvious northerner characteristics and was wearing heavy armor. When he saw Princess Anna on the throne, he bowed slightly and then said, "Your Highness, the Vrykol people seem to be a little dishonest again. They attacked our fleet and looted many villages." Vrykol people? Princess Anna raised her head and frowned slightly. There was a trace of anger in her eyes. She said, "Are those pirates dishonest again?" She was the heir to the kingdom of Arendelle. Since she began to manage the kingdom, she had understood that one of the most troublesome problems of the kingdom was the Vrykol people. This group of human beings living in Iceland was very difficult to deal with. They were strong and barbaric. Because of the harsher living environment than the Frost Kingdom, they were born pirates and looters. These guys maintained an ancient, traditional, and barbaric belief. They believed that only the souls of those who died in battle could return to the kingdom of the gods they believed in, while the souls of those who died in bed could only fall into the river Styx. Therefore, these guys would always fight, and sometimes they would choose to end their lives with a battle. After the Princess Royal ascended the throne, she severely punished them. Although this made these natural pirates a lot more restrained, they still looted and attacked Arendelle from time to time every year because they did not have enough materials to live without looting. These guys believed in the totem god of war and liked to place dragon head symbols on their warships. Because of the god behind them, even the Princess Royal could not do anything to them sometimes. They were like locusts, attacking coastal areas and merchant ships every year. If they encountered the kingdom's army, these guys would flee back to Iceland. There were many people in this world who coveted Arendelle's wealth. The Vrykol people were just one of them. If it had not been for the Princess Royal's strong ascension to the throne, Arendelle would have fallen into war long ago. Princess Anna couldn't help but rub her forehead. For this kind of problem, she was often not as decisive as the elder princess. After all, she was just a young girl. The education she received in the past didn't give her enough experience to solve all this. She frowned and looked at the guard captain next to her and whispered, "Hasn't my sister come back yet? Where did she go?" The Princess Royal's recent movements were unknown. She seemed to have gathered a lot of court wizards. Recently, the affairs of the kingdom were handed over to Princess Anna. No one knew what she was going to do. Time passed little by little. At about noon, the figure of the Princess Royal appeared, and beside her stood a mysterious woman covered in a cloak. No one knew why. When Princess Anna saw the mysterious woman, she could not help frowning slightly. Her expression seemed to be a little repulsed. She did not like this woman. There was no reason, just a girl's intuition. Shipwreck Bay. Soren's figure shuttled through the crowd. Behind him were corpses. His very hazy figure moved like a ghost. Every time his sword appeared, there was an extra corpse behind him. The merciless slaughter was spreading. Soren's murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. The effect of greater invisibility was weakening. Blood covered his whole body, making him look like he was emitting a trace of blood. The atmosphere of fear spread on the pirate ship, and the enemies gradually collapsed under the merciless slaughter. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Every time he ended a life, his aura increased a little, and his expression became colder. In the end, he was like a messenger of death, harvesting one life after another. Soren moved at high speed like a human-shaped killing machine. He did not stop until the cold prompt appeared. Slayer, background ability. You have become accustomed to death and blood in the repeated killings. Ending lives is not difficult or scary for you. Hundreds of lives have been ended in your hands. You have begun to ignore death and life. In battle, you will awaken the ability of the Slayer, which will bring great pressure to your enemies. Anyone who fights with you must go through a test of will. Otherwise, they will fall into a state of panic because of fear. Permanent will +2. Intimidation +20. Now is the time. Soren stood in the midst of the broken limbs on the ground. Suddenly, a divine light appeared in his eyes, and then an invisible energy spread out. The nearby enemies seemed to feel a great fear, as if they had been hit by the fear spell and ran for their lives. This fear was so difficult to resist. It was like a brand in their hearts. Not only the enemies of Soren, but even the men he recruited felt inexplicable fear. It was as if even their souls were trembling. The divinity value was rapidly changing. Just when Soren's aura reached its peak, in a room in Port Tylon, Vivian's figure also floated strangely. Her white little hands seemed to move, her eyelids trembled slightly, then her index finger bent and moved, and then her lips moved slightly, as if she was making some sound. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and subconsciously shouted out a sentence. "Brother." Vivian's petite figure fell from the air. She looked at the white princess dress on her body and did not seem to like it very much. She waved her hand and changed into a black princess dress. She gently turned around, then smiled and said, "Sure enough, that idiot was not as fast as me. It's finally my turn to come out. Brother? Where's brother?" Chapter 221. Shipwreck Bay, Lone Wolf Island. Soren sat in the main chair in the hall, then silently looked at the captives in front of him. A large number of people were kneeling in front of him. All of them were the pirates who fought with Soren. These guys were stunned from the beginning to the end. They had just reacted to the attack of the mutant killer whale, but they were scared out of their wits by Soren's slaughter form. The overall strength of the pirates was still very good. On average, they could reach about grade 2, which was equivalent to the city guards in various places. However, they did not have such a strict training method. Their fighting style was more of a guerrilla warfare, and there was no way to form a formation in the sea. If a wave hit the hull and shook the ship, it would be a tragedy if they did not have enough sense of balance. Therefore, most of the pirates were agile melee professions. Some of the more advanced pirates could even fight on the mast. Seawolf was a grade 4 warrior. Soren found that it was really easy for him to deal with a warrior now. Maybe it was because of the suppression of attributes. His strength and speed in the slaughterer form were obviously higher than the enemy. A shadow jump and backstab directly killed Seawolf. Soren still remembered the expression of the other party when he died. It could even be said that when Soren transformed into the slaughterer form, he was basically invincible. The number of captives captured was quite large. After killing Seawolf, the other party almost collapsed. The only one that escaped was a dragon-head ship, which was the warship of the northern pirates. They seemed to have the blood of the Vrykul people, and many of them could enter Berserk. Soren could not stop them, so they escaped from the battlefield. The Vrykul people were a very powerful human race. Although they were of human descent, they were a branch of ancient humans. They were a race that could awaken Berserk skills on their own. This was very similar to the ancient Anya people. They were a branch of the Arcane Empire. They had better magic talent and could live to about 150 years old. This human race was relatively rare, and some of them could live as long as half-elves. It was said that their ancestors improved their own bloodline during the Arcane Empire, and a part of the human potential was brought to the extreme. This group of people aged very slowly. The Vrykul people were similar to the human race, but their origin was not very clear, because they had lost their history. Soren slowly stood up and glanced at the people in front of him. He then said in a deep voice, "You should have heard of my name. Make a choice. Submit or die. Those who submit to me will receive the benefits of Shipwreck Bay. I will give them relative freedom and become my subordinate pirate. They will hand over 30% of the spoils, but they must also respond to my call when I need them. You should feel lucky because I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, many of you would have died. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. You should learn to thank me for my kindness." Soren was in a good mood, because he had completed the fusion of the divinity and also felt Vivian's awakening. Although he tried to use a telepathic connection to tell Vivian to wait for his return, he didn't know if it would work. There was an obvious telepathic connection between the two of them, but it was not so strong that they could feel each other's consciousness. The fusion of the divinity from the golden bones was very easy because there was only a weak consciousness left on it. The only troublesome thing was the divinity of fear. However, Soren found that, after the last battle, it was much easier to kill the will of the Dread Lord this time. Maybe it was because the Dread Lord was very murderous at that time. His current divinity value was 9 points. Soren did not gain any additional abilities, but only increased the strength of the divinity extension ability. He still needed 1 divinity point to upgrade to minor divinity. At that time, he would get an additional divinity reward of +1 to all attributes. Minor divinity, intermediate divinity, great divinity. The number of divinities needed to upgrade increased exponentially, but the effect was also very amazing. Great divinity could increase all attributes by 4 points, and it could also be stacked with the attributes added by the divinity level. Great divinity and great divinity level were equal to an increase of 8 points in all attributes. That was why the saints were so powerful. As for the divinity level, it was another kind of power. Divinity did not increase attributes, but it could release divine spells and a large number of spell-like abilities. In theory, when the divinity was full of divinity, the divinity points could be used as mana directly. Divinity could directly affect the rules, and when necessary, it could also change the rules in a small area. In the long history, although there were wars between the gods, there were very few wars in the kingdom of God. It was because the gods had unlimited spells in the kingdom of God. As long as their divinity was not exhausted, their spells were unlimited. However, the material plane could not accommodate too much divinity, because the kingdom of God was a domain world with a semi-energy structure. The material plane was a different situation. The incarnation of the gods could only mobilize a part of the power. Soren got the answer he wanted. He looked with satisfaction at the pirates in front of him who were full of fear and humility at the same time. These guys seemed to be honest. Although they did not have much loyalty, Soren only needed them to submit to him. The real fighting power was not these guys. Your Excellency, Soren's promoted first mate quickly walked in. After this battle, the pirates who were first subdued seemed to be more united. They obviously regarded themselves as Soren's confidants, and because of the victory of the battle, there was an additional sense of worship. After all, pirates were a group of people who liked to follow the strong. The young first mate looked at the others in the hall, then bowed and said, "Your Excellency, you'd better take a look at the back. We found some strange captives in the Seawolf cellar." "Yes." Soren heard this and narrowed his eyes slightly, then got up and walked outside. Adele was also waiting outside. When she saw Soren, she immediately nodded and whispered, "There are 3 people in the Seawolf's cellar. They don't look human. They look a little strange." Soren nodded and walked towards the cellar. At the same time, he said, "You go and supervise the wealth. Anyone who dares to hide will be killed. I'll go down and take a look." Adele's expression was serious, and a cold light appeared in her eyes. She nodded without hesitation. For a while now, she already knew that Soren was the kind of person who paid attention to rules. Those who did not follow the rules set by him would be killed without mercy. The cellar was very dark. Soren's men quickly lit a torch. When he walked in and took a look, Soren's face showed a trace of surprise, because there were 3 humanoid creatures shackled in the cellar. They looked a little similar to elves, but their skin was grayish-black. Their pupils were slightly red, a little scarlet, and their hair was snow-white. They looked tall and strong, and their bodies were full of a sense of strength and coordination. This meant that they were naturally stronger than ordinary people. These creatures had a higher starting point and talent. Drows. Soren glanced at the 3 guys who looked tired and had many wounds on their bodies. It seemed that they had been hungry for a long time. He murmured, "No. Is it a half-drow bloodline? Which branch of drows are you descendants of?" The other party tiredly raised his head and opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. He was too tired. He also seemed to be very hungry. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Drows were born with high attributes, and they also had a strong racial bonus. If such an enemy was not affected by hunger, it would be very dangerous even if their hands and feet were shackled. Soren glanced at them and ordered, "Give them some food and water, then bring them up." After that, he turned and walked outside. He didn't expect to encounter drows on the surface world. Although they looked like half-drows, it was still a very rare thing. He didn't know where Seawolf caught them. Time passed by little. When Soren waited in the hall for half an hour, his men brought up the 3 exhausted half-drows. They seemed to have recovered a little energy after eating, but their condition was still very bad. It seemed that they had been trapped in the cellar for a while. Only with their racial talent could they withstand it. If it was a slightly weaker ordinary person, they might have died in there. These half-drows had handsome faces. They were all men, and their strength seemed to be close to grade 3. Soren glanced at them, frowned slightly, and then said, "Who do you believe in?" This sentence seemed to have a special meaning. One of the drows, who looked like the leader, raised his head and said in a low and hoarse voice, "We believe in the Dark Maiden." Sure enough, they were believers of the Dark Maiden. Soren's eyes showed a hint of understanding. It seemed that he was not surprised by this answer. He stood up and looked at the half-drow in front of him, then pulled out his curved sword and put on his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "The Dark Maiden has fallen. If I remember correctly, your branch of drows has been slaughtered by the Queen of Spiders. I'm very curious as to why there is still a branch like yours left. Did you escape the Queen of Spiders' pursuit?" Soren lifted his hair with his curved sword and saw a special mark, which seemed to be a family emblem. This was not a lone half-drow. He came from a family of drows. In Soren's memory, this branch of drows was almost dead, but he didn't expect to meet them overseas. Could it be that one of them escaped overseas and avoided the Queen of Spiders' pursuit? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.